Chapter 25. The back seat is for the leader. When there are only two of us, remember to sit next to your friend. That's polite, Xia Yin said while looking at Jiang Shao in the rearview mirror. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders, opened the door, and alighted from the car. He then sat in the front passenger seat and said, "We're too compatible. I'm afraid that others will think we're a couple." Xia Yin froze for a moment and was almost speechless. After a while, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Are we compatible?" Jiang Shao replied in a perfunctory manner, as if he was dealing with a disobedient girlfriend. "Okay, I got it. You don't have to be so loud." Xia Yin yelled, *yen hashtag. The Black Land Rover roared all the way into Jiannan village. Along the way, Jiang Shao dared not be mischievous again, for fear that the bad woman would kick him out of the car. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, not only did Xia Yin not look for Han Jiangxue this time, she didn't even hire any soldiers from the agency. Under normal circumstances, that would not be allowed. In order to ensure the safety of the awakened and monitor them, the awakened teams that came here would basically be forced to have a soldier join them to act as a guide and bodyguard. However, it was unknown if Xia Yin was strong enough or because she had spent too much money, but this time, only two of them entered the snowfield. Jiang Shao dared not say anything, but he felt that entering the snowfield as a team of two was more like a suicide mission. However, given the relationship between Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue, there was no reason for her to deliberately kill Jiang Shao. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao didn't know if he should be relieved or worried. Fortunately, Xia Yin also explained that the situation they encountered previously was a special case. Under normal circumstances, the chances of encountering a white ghoul, which were very low, and the chances of encountering such a large group of white ghouls were even lower. In essence, white ghouls were not social creatures. They were natural hunters, and what was even more terrifying was that their prey was their compatriots. If one were to discover a group of white ghouls in the snowfield, they would either be gathered by a white ghoul witch, or there would be a powerful individual in the group that could suppress a group of ferocious and violent hunters. In a nutshell, they would be suppressed. However, in most cases, white ghouls were lone wolves. The white ghouls were magical creatures that were similar to the mammals on Earth. Moreover, they had extremely vigorous energy and were always in a state of heat. Under normal circumstances, after a female white ghoul mated with a male white ghoul, she would kick the male white ghoul away until she gave birth and raised the child alone. A mother's nature would make the female white ghouls restrain the thought of hunting their cubs. At this time, fatherly love was very unreliable. When hungry, the male white ghouls would not only eat their children, but also their wives. Of course, there was also the phenomenon of female white ghouls' cannibalism. In general, their intelligence was not high, and their blood flowed with killing genes. Sometimes, a mother's love could not overcome a bloodthirsty nature. Fortunately, their reproductive ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, the white ghouls would have perished by themselves. Humans mechanically applied the theories of their own society to explain some of the situation. However, this was a magical dimensional world after all. There were many things that could not be explained clearly. The species here were extremely singular and did not seem to be able to form a complete biological chain. Back to the main topic. Jiang Shao was dressed in a snow-colored camouflage uniform, wearing dark blue ski goggles and carrying a military backpack. He then followed Xia Yin into the snowfield. Xia Yin was also dressed in a snow-colored camouflage uniform and carrying a 2-meter-long giant sword on her back. She took the lead. Returning to this magical world again made Jiang Shao feel like it was a lifetime ago. It was still the same snow-covered world, and the sky was still dim. The stars in the sky were still bright, and there was a dreamy aurora flickering in the distant sky. The scene was so magnificent that it was more shocking than any sci-fi blockbuster. What exactly is our mission this time? To check the results of my training in the past week? Jiang Shao asked as he caught up with Xia Yin. Compared to the previous time, the weather conditions in the snowfield were much better this time. There was no whistling wind, and it was extremely quiet. Along the way, Xia Yin stepped on the snow, and the sounds of her feet squeaking were pleasing to the ear. Xia Yin said, "More or less." Jiang Xiao asked tentatively, "Isn't it a little too radical? I've only been training for a week, and I've only learned some basic movements. I think your basic skills are very solid, even more so than mine back then. You don't have to be humble." Xia Yin turned around to look at Jiang Xiao, her beautiful eyes looking extremely beautiful against the backdrop of the galaxy. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment. Perhaps it was because of the internal star map, but his freehand combat was only of brass quality level 5. However, he had a solid grasp of the essentials of the movements, perhaps because of the internal star map. You've read thousands of books, of course. You have to travel thousands of miles, too. Xia Yin strode forward and finally looked like a mentor. Before this, you were just a rookie who didn't know anything and was clueless. Even if you traveled thousands of kilometers, you would just be a postman. Xia Yin patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "But it's different now. You used a week to complete the task that I expected to take you a month to complete. You've read a few books, and it's time for you to embark on this journey." Jiang Xiao remained silent, knowing that she had something else to say. Training is training, after all. Lei Jin will only give you the sense of oppression of victory and defeat, but the white ghouls will give you the sense of oppression of life and death. A true beast is never forged through training, but through killing, Xia Yin said softly. You have far more potential, perseverance, and hard work than your sister imagined. I saw your transformation within 7 days. Even now, I still think that it's a fantasy, but you did it. Xia Yin's words made Jiang Zhao's heart turn cold. Did I stand out too much? I should have kept a low profile. Your basic movements are already very solid. You're indeed a genius who only has 9-star slots, Xia Yin said with some admiration and pity in her voice. In the next 10 days, the two of us will live here. While walking forward, Xia Yin saw the red star flag that was glistening in the air. She then grabbed Jiang Zhao's shoulder and turned his face to face. Survive in this snowfield. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Yin smiled and said, "Don't look at that stronghold. We won't step into it." Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks and said with a serious expression, "I think this mission is more suitable for me in a month." "No." Xia Yin shook her head and continued with a smile. "In 10 days, you will return to school to participate in the final stage of the military training. In 15 days, you will shine in the military training graduation assessment. After that, you will join my team as an exception." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, "Xia Yin, I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me, but I'm only in year 1 and my body has just grown. My star power is still very thin, and it's not ideal for me to carry out outdoor missions with the top students of year 3 like you. In that case, I'll put it in another way. You will join your sister's team because her team lacks a supporting member. You know how rare medical awaken are, and you also know how important a supporting member is for a team." Xia Yin interrupted him forcefully and continued, "You'll join your sister's team because she lacks a supporting member." Jiang Xiao said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm just a nobody who has the brass quality star technique blessing. Huang Duan, iridium blowing 4 motes neon robber, Na Sui Qian taming benzene, machine mother removing prostitute Minxi, inlay knock, star pagoda, supermodel, move a carriage of filthy testicles with the face of a succubus. The fact that you have a basic medical star technique has already proven your potential. Leave the high-quality medical star techniques to me." Xia Yin shook her head and denied Jiang Zhao's point of view. Medical awakened are different from other types of awakened. You don't have to fight with others because I won't let anyone get close to you. Why do I feel a little touched by her words? Looking at Xia Yin in front of him, Jiang Xiao thought about Han Jiangxue, who had done everything for him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. "I have one condition." Xia Yin asked, "Huh? Tell me." Jiang Xiao said, "The two of us will kill all the white ghouls and get 82 star beads. 8 for me and 2 for you." Xia Yin said, "I don't want 2, just 1 will do." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "That's what you said." Xia Yin smiled and said, "Besides, don't get me wrong. I won't fight the enemies with you. I'm just here to protect you." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Didn't you just say that you won't let anyone get close to me? Have you forgotten already? A woman's mouth. Chapter 26. Character: Jiang Shao 1. Star map: Big Dipper, Stardust Stage, LV 32. Star technique: 1. Blessing, brass quality LV 12. Decoy, brass quality LV 13. Green glow, brass quality LV 54. Endurance, brass quality LV 53. Basic technique: hand-to-hand combat, brass quality level 5. 2. Star power abundance, brass quality LV 24. Skill points: 3-inch. Are you blind? Xia Yin crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against a big tree. She looked at the cunning white ghoul who was squatting under the tree, not far away, and cursed in displeasure. We'll be teammates in the future. Xia Yin, be polite. Jiang Shao squatted behind the tree carefully. He understood what Xia Yin meant, which meant that the white ghoul had already been exposed to his field of vision. However, Jiang Shao didn't discover it. It was awkward. But I'm her teacher now. Xia Yin sounded a little infuriated and exasperated. Besides, I already feel that my decision was wrong. That's good. I don't want to join your team. Jiang Shao frowned and carefully searched the forest in front of him. Where are the white ghouls? There's actually someone more cunning than me? On the tree. On the tree. You're 11 o'clock on the tree, Xia Yin said while gritting her teeth. It's been staring at you for a long time. Oh. Jiang Shao popped half his head out from behind the tree and looked up, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him silently from the branches that were covered in thick snow. Jiang Shao got up and walked out, after which he hooked his finger at the white ghoul on the branch. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for him to launch a sneak attack. To his surprise, the white ghoul ignored Jiang Shao and continued to hide behind the thick snow and branches, staring straight at Jiang Shao. I'm looking at you. Looking at you. Staring at me? Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, is this guy mocking me? Jiang Shao carefully checked the surroundings and repeatedly confirmed that there were no other white ghouls. He then strode over and kicked the huge pine tree. Russell, fortunately, Jiang Shao ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive. Xia Yin placed a hand on her forehead and cursed loudly. Behind you, behind you. As Jiang Shao ran, a layer of green light appeared on his right hand. He turned around abruptly and punched backwards. It was time to work. However, Jiang Shao slipped and fell into the snow. Whoosh! The menacing white ghoul scurried over Jiang Shao's head and rolled a few times on the ground to divert the force. It then grabbed the ground with its limbs and slowly stopped. Hiss! The white ghoul spat out some mist from its mouth and stared at Jiang Shao with bloodshot eyes. Jiang Shao hurriedly got up and shook off the snow on his body. He then got into a standard fighting posture and slowly walked forward. However, he stopped at an empty space between the trees. That's more like it. Xia Yin looked at the terrain that Jiang Shao had chosen and finally nodded. The white ghoul seemed to have understood what Jiang Shao meant, and its dark face became even more terrifying and hideous. It let out an unconscious roar and crawled towards Jiang Shao quickly. Let's go. Jiang Zhao's right hand was covered in green light, and he punched the white ghoul that was leaping towards him. In Xia Yan's vision, the strong and burly white ghouls pounced on the thin and weak Jiang Shao and threw him onto the ground. The two of them rolled around in the snow while green glow intertwined, and they seemed to be having fun. Xia Yan's heart tensed up, and she strode forward while grabbing the handle of the sword behind her. A fiery red arc of light flashed, and as the heavy giant blade fell to the ground, a head also rolled to the ground. The two children who were rolling around in the snow were finally dead and injured. The entire world was peaceful again. Xia Yan was really strong. The white ghoul was riding on Jiang Zhao's body, and the two of them were extremely close to each other. However, after Xia Yan's slash, the white ghoul's head was sliced off neatly, while Jiang Shao, who was right in front of her, was not injured at all. Such a grasp of propriety and distance was truly at the pinnacle. I thought you'd be able to last 2 rounds. At least, you'd be able to come and go." An extremely disappointed voice sounded. As the head of the white ghoul that was riding on him fell to the ground, Jiang Shao tried his best to remove the headless corpse on his body, only to see Xia Yan's extremely disappointed gaze. Compared to the look in her eyes, Jiang Shao was more willing to accept her insults. For people like Jiang Shao, insults would not hurt him at all. Even if she were to point at his face and mock him, Jiang Shao wouldn't be affected in the slightest. In order to hurt Jiang Shao, she could only attack him mentally. At this moment, Xia Yan's extremely disappointed gaze indeed made Jiang Shao feel a little at a loss. "Let's go after taking the star bead. The smell of blood will attract a large number of white ghouls," Xia Yan said as she put the long sword behind her back and turned around to leave. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and tried his best to get up. He felt the blood on his face and looked at the torn clothes on his body. He then quickly gave himself a blessing. Jiang Shao quickly walked towards the lonely head, only to see a dark, ghostly face and a patch of snow that had been dyed red with blood. This world was dark in color. Under the contrast of the dreamy aurora, the dark ghost face was even more frightening. Jiang Shao, a person who had never even killed a chicken, was asked to cut open the head of a human ape. Jiang Shao took out a dagger from the side pocket of the military backpack, stretched out his left hand, and turned the head of the white ghoul around before pressing its face against the ground. "I'll only teach you once." A voice sounded beside Jiang Zhao's ear, giving him a fright. "Woman, do you not make any sound when you walk? How did you manage to come on my side without making a sound when there's such a thick layer of snow?" Xia Yan tilted the blade on her back, squatted down, and pulled out the dagger from the side of her thigh with her left hand. She then swung in her hand and stabbed it into the back of the head of the white ghoul. She then skillfully sliced open the head of the white ghoul. She then reached her fair and tender fingers into the bloody head and took out a star bead. Xia Yan tossed the star bead to Jiang Shao and grabbed a handful of snow from the ground. She then rubbed her blood-stained palms and got up to leave. Sensing the drastic change in Xia Yan's attitude, Jiang Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly chased after her with the star bead in hand. It was the first day they entered the snowfield, August 30th, 2015, at 9:15 a.m. It was also the first white ghoul they encountered. 15 minutes later, when Xia Yan suddenly stopped in her tracks, Jiang Shao threw down the military backpack behind him, picked up his dagger, and looked around vigilantly. Xia Yan slowly retreated and leaned against a tree in the same posture. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and remained silent. Jiang Shao quickly scanned the surroundings, and his hand that was holding onto the dagger trembled slightly, be it because he was nervous or because of the temperature. "Try to move the battlefield to an open space. Don't let them get close to any trees," Xia Yan finally said again. Jiang Shao nodded, for he understood the logic. The combat power of the creatures of other dimensions that were as agile as apes would increase greatly in the deep mountains and forests. However, they were in a snowy forest to begin with. Even if they found an open space, the area would be extremely small. Finally, Jiang Shao found the crimson eyes and slowly moved to the right. Jiang Shao could tolerate Xia Yan's mockery and curses, but he really couldn't stand the disappointment in her eyes. He stopped joking and whistled at the black shadow behind the tree in front of him. Sure, the provocation seemed to have succeeded. The tall white ghoul understood what Jiang Shao meant and walked towards him step by step. The battle was about to break out at any moment. At the moment of the battle, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Chapter 27. 6 hours later, a warm flame appeared in a natural cave. Jiang Shao, who was dressed in tattered clothes, watched as the flame on Xia Yan's right hand gradually extinguished. It was an eye-opener for him. There was plenty of knowledge to survive in the wild, and due to the existence of star techniques, the awakened could survive much more conveniently. For example, at this moment, Jiang Shao watched as Xia Yan reached her right hand into the tree branch and slowly lit the campfire without using any kindling. During the 6-hour journey, the two of them encountered more than 10 white ghouls. Without exception, Jiang Shao lost all of them. Jiang Zhao's greatest success was that he survived. His military uniform, which was neat and tidy in the morning, was now in tatters. Compared to when they first arrived, the atmosphere at this moment was much more solemn. The two of them had not spoken for a long time. Xia Yin put down her giant sword and leaned against the stone wall of the cave. She squatted beside the campfire and warmed herself up quietly. The flickering light from the fire shone on her heroic face, adding a touch of charm to her figure. Jiang Shao thought about it and opened his military backpack, took out some tools, and poured some mineral water into the pot. He then tried to adjust the campfire and set up the pot at a suitable angle. As a person who had been living in the city, Jiang Shao did not have any wilderness survival skills. Hence, he had to figure everything out by himself. You're progressing very quickly. Maybe I've been too strict with you and had too high expectations. After all, you only became an awakened a week ago, Xia Yin said all of a sudden with a hint of encouragement and self-consolation in her tone. Jiang Shao did not reply and simply took out some biscuits. After handing them to Xia Yin, he turned on the internal view and checked on his own situation. In the past 6 hours, Jiang Shao felt like he had been in hell. In the snow forest, Jiang Zhao's movement was greatly restricted. Besides, the white ghouls were in their home territory, and they were agile to begin with. Hence, Jiang Shao suffered greatly. However, faced with such a situation, Xia Yin did not say anything. She simply rescued Jiang Shao again and watched him fight with the white ghouls. Jiang Shao even felt that he should go to the black market to buy a few guns. At the very least, guns should be very effective when dealing with such low-level creatures. Under Xia Yan's godly protection and Jiang Zhao's blessing, Jiang Zhao's wound was not a big deal, and his physical condition was rather good too. However, he clearly realized that he did not have the ability to hunt at all. However, under Xia Yan's forceful request, he still dashed towards the white ghouls again and again. Weak, helpless, yet he was still so arrogant. Jiang Shao harvested a total of 4 white ghoul star beads. Due to the fact that the two of them couldn't find a suitable place to settle down and a battle might break out at any moment, Jiang Shao managed to absorb a total of 4 white ghoul star beads. When he arrived, he still had 3 white ghoul star beads that he had yet to absorb. At this moment, the skills Green Glow and Endurance in his second star slot had already reached brass quality level 9. It would only take a few minutes for him to raise his grade. The white ghoul witch star bead was also absorbed after an exhausting battle. There was a drastic change in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Character, Jiang Shao 1. Star map, Big Dipper, Stardust Stage level 32. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Brass Quality level 22. Decoy, Brass Quality level 2. 3. Green Glow, Brass Quality level 9. 4. Endurance, Brass Quality level 9. 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Brass Quality level 6. 2. Star Power Abundance, Brass Quality level 2. 3. Dagger Mastery, Brass Quality level 14. Skill points, 3 yes. Although there was no change in Jiang Zhao's total star power, his Green Glow and Endurance had already reached Brass Quality level 9. In just 6 hours, his unarmed combat had also increased by 1 level and reached Brass Quality level 6. What made Jiang Shao even more surprised was that he had activated a new skill in the 3rd section of the basic technique, Dagger Mastery. Jiang Shao didn't know how to use a dagger at all. He simply held the dagger in a reverse grip and fought with the white ghouls. In the end, he felt that it was too troublesome to hold the dagger, and thus put it back into the military backpack. There's a boy who has been pestering your sister. Xia Yin brought the military backpack over and took out a military kettle. She continued, he's not bad, and he's a melee awakened. He has a bad temperament and is very selfish. Previously, when we represented the first high school in a competition, he almost caused the death of another teammate of ours in the dimensional world. Jiang Shao opened his eyes, feeling that he had been too indifferent to Han Jiangxue. Our team is already split up, but the families of both sides are not bad, and they're both putting up a front. Han Jiangxue and I have become the victims of the battle. Xia Yin wrapped the towel around her hand, picked up the hot pot, and poured the water into the military kettle. As long as you're slightly stronger as a precious medical awakened, you'll be qualified to replace one member of our team from the perspective of building a team, Xia Yin said softly. Forgive me for being a little too eager to help you grow. Okay. Jiang Shao tightened the tattered clothes on his body and sat on the cold ground while the starry light around him slowly surged into his body. I'm already prepared to leave this team with Han Jiangxue. As for the price of leaving, Xia Yin sighed and continued. Honor, the reward of high-quality star beads, the admission quota to high schools, and the future path will all change. It's going to be very difficult for Jiangxue and I to find 2 more capable students in school. Every team has grown tacitly for 2 years and is about to enter the 3rd year. Unless there are major changes, few teams will be willing to split up, even if they can cozy up to Han Jiangxue and me. Of course, the people I'm talking about are the strongest team members, not those ordinary team members. Those guys will probably be happy to find us. Xia Yin smiled in a self-deprecating manner and continued. I hope to preserve the team to the greatest extent possible and leave another member of the team behind so that you can replace that boy in the manner of a dark horse. The school will give face to his family, but if we're betting on the ranking of the secondary schools in Beijing province, or even the entire country, that boy's family doesn't have that much influence. I hope you can grow stronger as soon as possible. I've already asked my family to find you high-quality medical star beads, Xia Yin said softly after taking a sip of hot water. Seeing that Jiang Shao was unmoved, Xia Yin remained silent for a while before continuing to speak. That boy has been pursuing your sister ever since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend a year ago. Some of his means are very despicable. I've been trying to stop him for a year, but I don't know how long more I can do. Jiang Shao suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What's his name?" With a smile on her face, Xia Yin said, "I'll tell you if you walk out of the snowfield alive." While speaking, Xia Yin slowly put down the kettle and said, "If you can't, I'll take your sister out of the team and bear the anger and pressure of the 2 families in the school. We'll embark on another path in life." Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao asked, "Is there a need to be so harsh?" Chapter 28. 8 hours passed in the natural cave, and the 2 of them took turns to keep watch. Jiang Shao took the first shift, while Xia Yin took the second. At this moment, Xia Yin was calculating the time and gently kicking Jiang Shao, who was wrapped in a sleeping bag. Xia Yin kicked him gently because she could see the star power floating around Jiang Zhao's body. She knew that although he seemed to be sleeping, he was actually awake and had been absorbing star power. Jiang Shao opened his eyes and crawled out of the sleeping bag. He slowly stood up and stretched his body. He didn't sleep well, and he seemed to be half awake. Perhaps because he had something on his mind, Jiang Shao stopped sleeping an hour ago and closed his eyes to begin absorbing star power. However, his star power was still in the Stardust stage, level 3. No matter how much star power he absorbed, the total amount would not increase. However, Jiang Shao was never tired of it. He repeatedly replaced the star power in his body to impact the star map in his body, but he didn't know if that method would work or not. Since he couldn't sleep, he had to find something to do. Xia Yin carried the giant sword on her back and did not extinguish the campfire. Instead, she filled it with more branches. The 2 of them were prepared to live there for a long time, which also meant that they would have to go somewhere further to hunt. After all, the smell of blood would attract a large number of white ghouls, which was not what they wanted to see. This world had never changed colors. When Jiang Shao first came here, he would be shocked by the beauty of the bright galaxy in the sky and be amazed by the dreamy colors of the aurora in the sky. However, after only one day, Jiang Shao began to miss the light of the day and the darkness of the night. Jiang Shao, an earthling, could not adapt to the world that was half dark. The 2 of them traveled for a long time and encountered a few white ghouls along the way. However, Xia Yin held the giant sword in her hand and released her star power. Hence, the white ghouls they encountered along the way did not choose to kill them. It wasn't until the 2 of them walked for an hour in the snowfield that they began to really get into hunting mode. Xia Yin held onto the dagger and spat out some white mist from her mouth. She then carved marks on the trees along the way to record the direction they came from. All of a sudden, Xia Yin froze and got a great shock. She heard a subtle sound, but what made Xia Yin even more terrified was that the sound was right beside her and extremely close to her. This was a hunter that had merged with the snow. It had been lying in the snow for an unknown amount of time. Under the wind and snow, it had formed an inconspicuous silhouette. Xia Yin held onto the dagger and slowly retreated while tilting her head at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao slowly put down the military backpack and looked in the direction that Xia Yin was looking at, only to see the ultimate schemer. Just now, Xia Yin was almost right in front of its face, but it remained motionless. What kind of patience was this? That was the patience that an excellent hunter should have. Its target was definitely not a single person. Instead, they wanted to tear Xia Yin and Jiang Shao apart. Or could it be it was just asleep? Has Jiang Shao overestimated it? Jiang Shao thought about it for a while before pulling out his dagger and walking forward slowly. As he slowly approached the almost undetectable silhouette, Jiang Zhao's heart began to pound. Would this be his first kill in the truest sense of the word? Jiang Shao held onto the dagger and stabbed it downwards. Shoo! The snow suddenly exploded and a ray of green glow flickered. The ultimate schemer pushed Jiang Shao away. Indeed, it's not sleeping. It's plotting something. It's a good opponent. My ass. If Jiang Shao can last for a minute this time, he'll win. Xia Yin placed one hand behind her and held onto the handle of the sword. She could sense the patience and technique of the white ghoul and knew that it should be stronger. Hence, she kept her guard up. However, this time, Xia Yin discovered that the situation had changed. Jiang Zhao's mentality had changed, and so had his combat style. While Jiang Shao was resting, he carefully thought about the situation he was in. Yes, Jiang Shao had given up on the idea of killing the enemy, which was impossible to happen at all. Instead, he took the initiative to pick a fight and put up a defensive style. After throwing away the troublesome dagger, Jiang Zhao's fist lit up and he used green glow again and again to distance himself from the white ghoul. At the same time, he tried his best to block the white ghoul's sharp fangs and claws while advancing and retreating in the snow. Xia Yan's eyes lit up slightly, and after watching attentively for more than 20 seconds, she actually took out the military kettle that was hanging around her waist and took a warm sip of hot water. It seems that this kid's adaptability is pretty good. Jiang Shao retreated while fighting. His body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing down his face, making him look extremely miserable. A ray of green glow emerged, and his fist finally collided with the sharp claws. The white ghoul was forced to take a few steps back again, and Jiang Shao managed to get a chance to catch his breath. Whoosh! Seizing this opportunity, a ray of white light descended from the sky and landed on Jiang Zhao's body, slowly healing his wounds and restoring his vitality. Don't let it succeed. Your IQ is higher than its, Xia Yin said all of a sudden while holding onto the thermos flask. Jiang Shao was shocked, and he suddenly used all his strength to cover half of his body with green glow. He then charged towards the menacing white ghoul that was pouncing towards him like a hungry tiger. Shoo! The repelling effect of green glow was really the best of the best. It was simple but extremely practical and allowed him to shift the battlefield again. In a snow forest that was not considered dense, there were plenty of small, open spaces, but there were more trees that were closely connected. Once the white ghouls pulled the battlefield closer to the trees, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Jiang Shao. Even if there was only a single tree trunk, the white ghoul would still be able to play tricks with it. It was just like a nimble monkey that resembled a human ape. Hold on for another minute, and I'll reward you with water, Xia Yin said with a smile on her face. Jiang Shao panted heavily and retreated in a disorderly manner. A ray of white blessing light descended from the sky again. At the same time, he held a star bead in his hand and absorbed the starlight into his body. A piece of information appeared in his mind. Star technique quality has been improved. Green glow, silver quality level 1. Endurance, silver quality level 1. At the side, Xia Yin said with a smile, Xiaopi, I like brave men. I like men who fight with their brains. The white ghoul was flipped over and rolled twice nimbly before hanging onto the tree trunk with one hand. It then scurried up the tree. However, Jiang Shao remained calm and took the opportunity to bless himself. Perhaps it was because the white ghoul had seen that its prey was in a frenzy, but it also understood that a prolonged battle did not seem to be a good choice. Shoo! The white ghoul's feet came into contact with a huge pine tree, causing a heavy, muffled sound to be emitted. Then, a snow-white figure darted out of the snow that covered the sky. The scarlet eyes on the dark face of the white ghoul became the most prominent color in the snow. Jiang Shao clenched his right fist, and the Big Dipper star map appeared quietly. The second star slot suddenly lit up. Xia Yin panicked and frantically yelled, "Dodge!" She would never have imagined that Jiang Shao, who was extremely adaptable, would suddenly return to the state he was in when he first arrived. Faced with the white ghoul that was pouncing towards him, Jiang Shao changed his style and dashed towards it. "I love you too." Xia Yan's eyes immediately widened, and she stared at the star map that suddenly appeared. The second star slot actually shone with a dazzling silver light dong. Chapter 29. The oncoming white ghost was not afraid at all. It tore the person in front of it into pieces. However, the next scene not only astonished the white ghouls, but also made Xia Yan's brain crash. It was because the white ghouls had indeed torn apart Jiang Shao, who was moving forward with an indomitable will and had a silver quality star slot. However, Jiang Shao was an illusory figure. Whoosh! The illusory yet realistic figure was instantly torn apart by the white ghoul. The white ghoul fell to the ground and rolled forward to reduce the impact. In front of him, a knee that was flashing with green light also blasted over. Brass quality star technique, decoy, silver star technique, green glow. This was a set of movements. The white ghoul's body that was rolling forward came to an abrupt stop, and before it could stabilize itself, Jiang Zhao's knee landed on its tan face. His knee was powerful and heavy, and together with the silver quality star technique, green glow, it sent the white ghoul flying. Its body flew back about 4 to 5 meters away. Jiang Shao followed up and stomped on the ground, causing the snowflakes to splatter everywhere. Leaping up horizontally, his right elbow ferociously slammed into the dark ghost face that was sliding backwards on the ground. Although Jiang Shao had already used all his strength, his power was not enough to completely kill the white ghouls. However, the star technique green glow was really too powerful, and the upgraded repelling effect caused the white ghoul's head to be smashed into the snow. The white ghoul's head even passed through the thick snow and smashed directly into the ground. In a split second, a large pit appeared on the ground. Snowflakes danced wildly, and airwaves surged. At the next moment, a giant sword descended from the sky and brushed past Jiang Zhao's waist before stabbing into the ground and piercing the poor white ghoul's abdomen. The angle that Xia Yin found was indeed tricky. Jiang Shao was indeed lying on the white ghoul's body and elbowing it, but his body did not completely cover the white ghoul's body. Instead, he pounced on it diagonally. "I lack effective means to end things, and I'm not strong enough. I'm only able to fight like this because of the special effects of my star technique," Jiang Shao said while getting up. His tattered collar was grabbed by a single hand. Xia Yin pulled Jiang Shao towards her and asked in a deep voice, "Are you willing to explain to me what happened just now?" Sensing her menacing gaze and her hot breath on his face, Jiang Shao was not used to it and felt a little awkward. At the age of 16, he was full of energy, and his young body was easily impulsive. Jiang Shao subconsciously retreated, but Xia Yin did not allow him to do so. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao had no choice but to make a joke to ease the awkwardness. "Hello, Xia Yin. I'm a new teammate, Jiang Shao." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows and tilted her head slightly while staring at Jiang Shao with a scorching gaze. "Jiang Shao, not naughty anymore." Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin yelled, "Cut the crap. Your second star technique is of brass quality. Why did it become silver quality just now? Jiang Xiao tilted his head back and said, "Hello, Xia Yin. I'm your new teammate, Jiang Xiao." Xia Yin grabbed Jiang Xiao's collar and shook it back and forth. Filled with excitement and curiosity, she said, "Also, your first star slot is embedded with the star technique blessing." But what did I see just now? The star technique decoy? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Hello, Xia Yin. I'm your new." Xia Yin threw Jiang Xiao into the snow and stomped her feet angrily. "Are you a repeater?" The white ghoul at her feet whimpered and finally ended its painful life. Xia Yin quickly harvested the white ghoul's star beads and dragged Jiang Xiao, who was patting his clothes, away from the place. "What exactly is going on?" Xia Yin asked anxiously while the two of them walked. Jiang Xiao sighed and said, "The road to protecting Han Jiangxue is long and bumpy, but I firmly believe that as long as I have perseverance, I will eventually fulfill my dream of being a great boyfriend." Xia Yin was clearly on the verge of going berserk. She said through gritted teeth, "If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll nail you to this tree. Do you believe me? Stay away from me, then." "My ears are itchy," Jiang Xiao said frantically. "Humph." Xia Yin shook Jiang Xiao off and looked at him curiously, gesturing for him to hurry up and speak. "I have 9 star slots. According to the standards of the world, they would have already judged my qualifications and potential when they first saw my star map," Jiang Xiao said. Xia Yin asked, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao explained, "However, that's not the case. I have 2 star techniques in each of my star slots." Xia Yin opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Xiao in shock. She asked in disbelief, "Blessing, decoy, green glow, and endurance?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, all of them." Xia Yin was slightly stunned, and she thought, "This mischievous kid who used to be a good-for-nothing is actually so domineering? It's rare to have 2 star techniques in 1 star slot, but it's not impossible." What Xia Yin was really concerned about was the star technique that could be upgraded. Jiang Xiao said in a timely manner, "In fact, when I awakened my star technique, I already felt that my star technique could be upgraded. I discussed this with Han Jiangxue before, but she didn't believe me at that time. It turns out that I did it." Even though she had seen it with her own eyes and heard it with her own ears, Xia Yin still asked in disbelief, "Can you really upgrade the quality of your star technique?" Jiang Xiao stopped wasting his breath and immediately opened his Big Dipper star map. Under the thin stardust, the 2nd star slot, which was supposed to be emitting a brass glow, had really turned into a silver one. "This is really," Xia Yin murmured in astonishment. "Unbelievable. Han Jiangxue once told me sternly not to let me display 2 star techniques in 1 star slot easily. But we're on the same side, aren't we?" Jiang Xiao asked. "After you display all of this, we're even more on the same side," Xia Yin said in amazement. "Even if you didn't display all of this, your sister's reputation is enough for you to benefit from me for life. She even talked to me about arranging a job for you after graduation." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "I'm only in year 1 of high school, and you're already going to arrange a job for me? Aren't you going to help me find a partner?" Xia Yin asked again, "How did you upgrade the quality of your star technique? Do you have any requirements? Can a medical star technique, blessing, be upgraded?" "Yes." Jiang Zhao's words made Xia Yan's eyes light up immediately. The world was full of stars, and there were dazzling galaxies. However, the pair of bright eyes in front of Jiang Xiao was undoubtedly more beautiful and charming. "What are the conditions?" Xia Yin asked frantically. "My own training and star beads of the same type," Jiang Xiao answered straightforwardly, not wanting to be pretentious at all. "If you give me star beads, I'll escort you and Han Jiangxue through the final stage of year 3 of high school and embark on a relatively bright life path. That's the top priority." Of course, Jiang Xiao wouldn't take it for granted. He had already remembered Xia Yan's kindness to him. If he could really help her get into a university in the future, it would be a form of repayment to her. At the end of the day, Jiang Xiao was more concerned about Han Jiangxue's future. According to Xia Yin, in order to get into a prestigious university, one would have to shine in various competitions. A better school would mean better resources, better teachers, and more opportunities. If the resolute Xia Yin was destined to disband the team in order to preserve their lives, Jiang Shao would be willing to help her in order to repay Han Jiangxue, who had done everything for him. Xia Yin suddenly acted like a spoiled brat and asked domineeringly, "How many do you want?" Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, "I don't know how many I want, but I reckon I can upgrade the quality if I have star beads of the same type and continue to train and fuse them." Xia Yin nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "Is there a limit to the upgrade of quality? Can green glow be upgraded to gold quality?" "Yes, but I won't be able to handle it if I upgrade the quality again," Jiang Shao said, making Xia Yin dumbfounded. Xia Yin asked, "Huh? My star power is thin, and I used a silver quality green glow just now. Half of the star power in my body was consumed," Jiang Shao said in frustration. Xia Yin was still immersed in the wonderful dream when she was suddenly dragged back to reality by Jiang Shao. She stared at Jiang Shao in astonishment. After 3 seconds, she rubbed Jiang Zhao's head fiercely and exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 30. What Jiang Shao had been worried about finally happened. Before this, Jiang Shao had always been worried about how terrible it would be if his star power level could not keep up with the level of his star technique. Now, Jiang Shao clearly felt how powerful the silver quality green glow was and how much star power it consumed. The punch just now had consumed a small portion of his star power. The problem now was that the white ghouls were the most common creatures of other dimensions in Beijiang. Although the gold quality green glow was not an impossible task for Jiang Shao, if he were to upgrade the quality again, would it be more beneficial or detrimental? What if Jiang Zhao's body was depleted after he could only use it 3 times? Wouldn't Jiang Shao cry his heart out? To exaggerate, what if the total amount of star power was insufficient and he couldn't use it at all? I have a godly technique. It's indeed in my star slot, but no one has ever seen it before, because I've never used it before. It's not that I'm afraid that you guys can't handle it, but rather, I can't use it, fortunately. Xia Yin sensed Jiang Zhao's sullenness and gave him some comfort. She said that Jiang Shao was being a little pessimistic. For a child who had just awakened for more than 2 months, the total amount of star power in his body was considered normal. With the beginning of their high school careers, the total amount of star power of this batch of awakened children would increase steadily and rapidly in the next few years. After all, children who were 15 or 16 years old were still growing and were at the age where they would grow at an explosive rate. However, Jiang Zhao's upper limit in terms of star techniques was too high. Imperceptibly, the requirements for Jiang Zhao's star power had increased, which objectively led to an increase in Jiang Zhao's physical fitness. Jiang Shao carefully looked at the upgraded silver quality green glow and discovered that there were some changes in the upgrade conditions. Green glow, silver quality level 1, upgradable. Upgrade requirements: white ghoul star beads, 10, or skill points, 10. Originally, 10 white ghoul star beads were enough to upgrade the quality, but now, 10 white ghoul star beads could only be upgraded by 1 small level, 10 times, 10 times more. If gold quality were to be upgraded to platinum quality, wouldn't it require 100 star beads for 1 small level and 1,000 star beads for the upgrade? It seemed like it was not unacceptable. Xia Yin was elated that the quality of Jiang Zhao's star technique had improved. To her, it wouldn't be a problem if it could be solved with money. Of course, Xia Yin only dared to make such a guarantee because it was a brass quality white ghoul, which star bead. If Jiang Shao wanted to upgrade a rare gold quality star technique, Xia Yin wouldn't be able to afford it even if she was wealthy. There were many ways to obtain star beads. If one became an awakened and entered a proper school, the country would give them star beads on a regular basis. They would also use star beads as rewards in various assessments to encourage the awakened children to improve. For the awakened teams that were rich and qualified to enter the official dimensional spaces, the star beads obtained in the dimensional spaces could be digested internally. If they were really bored, they could also sell them to the officials or business firms. Generally, business firms would charge a higher price for star beads than the officials. Of course, people like Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao who entered the snowfield for free because of their parents would try their best to sell their spoils of war to the officials for recycling. Don't worry about the few hundred yuan. After all, you still have to enter the snowfield next time. Besides, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue didn't even have enough star beads for themselves. How could they sell them to others? In the land of Beijiang, the most common creatures of other dimensions were the white ghouls. In the volcanic areas, the more common creatures of other dimensions were the lava ghouls. Hence, the prices of the star beads of those two creatures of other dimensions were relatively stable. The market price of the white ghoul star beads fluctuated between 500 to 800 yuan, while the market price of the lava ghoul star beads was around 3,000 yuan. The price of a white ghoul witch star bead had already been raised to 200,000 yuan, and the final transaction value was even higher. The reason why the white ghoul witch star bead was so expensive was partly because of the rarity of the white ghoul witch. On the other hand, the appearance of the white ghoul, which was usually accompanied by the appearance of a large group of white ghouls. Hence, it was extremely difficult to obtain the white ghoul witch star bead. Of course, the most essential reason was that it contained a medical star technique. That was also the reason why the lowest level and quality star bead could be sold at such a high price. When Jiang Shao found out that a white ghoul witch star bead was worth 200,000 yuan or even more, he felt his heart bleed. Damn it, the poor are indeed good at studying and the rich are good at martial arts. The real problem was that one might not be able to buy it, even if they had the money. The white ghoul witch star beads had always been scarce and in short supply. However, that was also good news for Jiang Shao. If he really lacked money in the future, he could just kill more white ghouls and sell them to pay for his tuition fees. However, the official purchase price was indeed a little unfair. A white ghoul corpse could be sold for 200 yuan, while a white ghoul star bead could only be sold for 300 yuan. Although they could be sold to the firms at a higher price, it would only be a few dozen yuan more. Even a fool would know that once one activated the basic medical star technique, one would have a promising future as long as one was not too unlucky and had good qualifications. Even if one were to go bankrupt for the sake of a white ghoul witch star bead, as long as one made the right bet, there would be batches of schools, societies, and non-governmental organizations looking for them. The so-called opportunities and resources would also be within reach. It was just like the college entrance examination. A child from a mountain village could instantly complete the transformation of a carp to a dragon's gate and study in a university in a big city. There would be tremendous changes in the resources and opportunities available. Of course, leaping through the dragon's gate was a hurdle. Whether one could truly become a dragon or not depended on one's luck. Not everyone who graduated from universities was an elite. This was a fact, and there was nothing wrong with it. 200,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for Jiang Shao. However, it was not a problem for Xia Yin. If it were 2 million yuan for one star bead, Xia Yin might have to consider it carefully, but 200,000 yuan for one star bead? Bye. I'll buy 10 first and think about it later. The Xia family was just a family. Although they had some wealth, they were not a large, powerful, or influential family. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, Xia Yin was very rich. After all, there was a 911 in the garage. However, compared to the truly rich families, Xia Yin was as poor as Jiang Shao. It was the same logic as when Jiang Shao looked at NBA stars and Bill Gates. To Jiang Shao, O'Neill and Bill Gates were both rich. After all, O'Neill could earn tens of millions of dollars a year. However, to Bill Gates, O'Neill was really poor. Xia Yan's mother, Heziun, was a female entrepreneur and an ordinary person. Hence, she could only be considered to have a little money. Her father, Xia Shanhai, had already retired from the wasteland reclamation team due to his injuries. Hence, his status and influence were worlds apart from before. For such precious star beads that were in short supply, it would be really difficult to buy them without pulling some strings. Xia Yin planned to make two preparations. On the one hand, she would ask her mother to help her and her father find some friends. On the other hand, Xia Yin felt that her team could rely on themselves to obtain white ghoul witch star beads. If it weren't for the fact that time was tight, Xia Yin really wouldn't want to trouble her family. She hoped that Jiang Zhao's blessing star technique could be upgraded to silver quality within 10 days. That would be extremely beneficial for Jiang Xiao to join her team. It would definitely be a bonus. Since she had made up her mind, she had to make every second count. Xia Yin decisively urged Jiang Xiao to leave the snowfield and return to Jiannan village. As soon as she returned to Earth, Xia Yin dialed her mother's phone number. She then called Han Jiangxue and found the main output of the team. There could only be 3 of them in this operation. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Jiang Xiao stared at Xia Yin in a daze the entire time, and a thought popped up in his head. I'll become a sugar daddy. Chapter 31. In fact, there were many paths ahead of Jiang Xiao. In order to rapidly improve his abilities, Jiang Xiao could reveal his identity as a medical awakened to various organizations and groups in order to obtain more resources. However, after seeing that Jiang Xiao had awakened a medical star technique, Han Jiangshue's first reaction was to let him become a normal doctor. That was because the various organizations and societies did not raise you for nothing. In all kinds of difficult tasks, the role of a medical awakened was too important. It was a must-have profession, which also meant that it was very dangerous. This was especially so for special teams, such as the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Garrison Guards, and the Guardians of the Night, as well as the regular army of the country. Once one joined, it would be very difficult to get out. It was just like studying for a master's degree. It was relatively easy to enter, and as long as the hard targets were met, it would be enough. Even if you call your tutor daddy every day, you might not be able to graduate. Jiang Xiao knew what he wanted to do. No matter what, he had to send Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin off. Hence, he couldn't join the army. Besides, it would be too dangerous for him to join some unofficial organizations. Jiang Xiao was a powerless rookie who had just entered society, and he would easily get himself into trouble. If he wanted to improve his strength, he had to be down to earth. Jiang Xiao also knew that the military had probably already found out about him. When he first came to Jiannan village, the soldier, Pai Kichio, saw his blessing star technique with his own eyes. Even though the soldiers there had a strict code of conduct and would never divulge any information about their employer, Pai Kichio did not dare to do so. Of course, that was only so that it wouldn't be leaked to other teams. His own army would definitely digest this information. However, what made Jiang Xiao puzzled was why the army didn't look for him. He doesn't have any intention of recruiting me? Could it be that Beijiang province is generous enough and has a big business? Not caring about a medical awakened? Impossible. This profession was extremely precious, and it was 1 in 100, not to mention a seedling with unlimited potential. Wait, Miaozi. The analysis seemed to have reached the point. Jiang Xiao frowned. His star map was the Big Dipper, and he only had 9 star slots. In the eyes of others, his qualifications were indeed pathetic. Even the most mediocre awakened would have more than 15 star slots. Star slots not only represented star techniques, but more importantly, they represented one's qualifications and potential. Damn it, are these people looking down on me? While feeling anxious and bewildered, Jiang Xiao finally saw his aloof sister. The girl was still dressed in a white dress and had black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. There was no expression on her exquisite face, and she was cold and indifferent. She exuded an otherworldly aura as she strode towards Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin. Hey! Han Jiangxue ignored Jiang Xiao and looked at Xia Yin with a frown. After seeing Han Jiangxue, Xia Yin was in a great mood and pounced forward like a kitten, a big kitten. She pulled Han Jiangxue in her arms and whispered in her ear, "No, mine is D." While speaking, Xia Yin pressed her full chest against Han Jiangxue and rubbed her body from left to right. Han Jiangxue blushed and immediately pushed Xia Yin away. She spat at her and said, "Get lost." We're going to hunt white ghoul witches," Xia Yin explained smilingly. "To you and me, hunting white ghoul witches is not an A-level mission," Han Jiangxue said coldly. I'm right here. It's as fleeting as a swan, as gorgeous as a summer flower." Jiang Xiao suddenly hummed a tune. Han Jiangxue finally couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She turned around and rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao. She then strode forward and reached out to fix Jiang Zhao's tattered clothes. Are you hurt? Jiang Shao gestured at his tattered camouflage uniform and asked, What do you think? You still know how to talk back. You're not hurt. Han Jiangxue humphed and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head before saying, Go change your clothes. You too. Xia Yin pointed at Jiang Shao, or to be exact, at Han Jiangxue's palm that was rubbing Jiang Zhao's head. She exclaimed, You've never been so intimate with me before. Jiang Shao took a step back and dodged Han Jiangxue's attack. He then looked at the infuriated Xia Yin and said, The Diamond Star Technique Asterisk Charm Missy. Are you afraid? Xia Yin kicked Jiang Zhao's buttocks and said, Hurry up and go change your clothes. All right, Jiang Shao scrambled towards the changing room. Han Jiangxue was a little embarrassed too. For the first time, she changed the topic and asked, Why did you send a message saying that it's an A-level mission? It's just to hunt white ghoul witches? Xia Yin humphed in displeasure and said, To be exact, the more, the better. The time limit is 9 days, 10 days. Oh, by the way, apply for 2 days off from school. We'll report a few days later. Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, What do you mean? Xia Yin looked at Han Jiangxue with a pitiful expression and pretended to sigh. My poor and obedient brother has already told me everything. Unfortunately, you don't believe him at all. You even beat him up and trampled on him. What a heartless woman. Xia Yin. Han Jiangxue bit her lip and said, Speak normally. Xia Yin leaned toward Han Jiangxue's ear and whispered, He told you long ago that his star technique can be upgraded. Han Jiangxue's body trembled slightly, and she even forgot to retreat. She turned around to look at Xia Yin and asked, Is what he said true? Mua, faced with the alluring peach that was right in front of her, Xia Yin kissed it without hesitation. Han Jiangxue hurriedly took 2 steps back and wiped her face in disdain. However, she couldn't be bothered anymore. She asked again, Is what he said true? Xia Yin nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I saw it with my own eyes. Han Jiangxue held her breath and thought, Turns out that kid really didn't lie to me. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was filled with an indescribable sense of pride and glee. At the same time, Han Jiangxue realized how powerful her brother was. Is he really a godly figure with only 9 star slots? He's just a mischievous god? Xia Yin took a step forward and put her arm around Han Jiangxue's shoulder before whispering. I saw with my own eyes that his brass quality star technique, Green Glow, became a silver quality star technique. Han Jiangxue nodded subtly. Being cold and aloof, she managed to conceal her excitement and agitation well. Do you remember the last time we went on a mission with Soldier Pai Kichio? Xia Yin suddenly asked. Han Jiangxue asked, Xiaopi didn't display his star map during the mission that day. Soldier Pai Kichio only heard from our conversation that Jiang Xiaopi only had 9 star slots and that he's an extremely low and incompetent person, Xia Yin said softly. After all, even the most mediocre awakened would have more than 15 star slots. An awakened like Jiang Xiaopi, who only had single-digit star slots, was probably as rare as an awakened like Han Jiangxue, who had 30 star slots. The siblings were completely different. Chapter 32. There's a lot of room for maneuver here. Xia Yin continued to whisper. Even if the soldiers here know that Jiang Xiaopi is a medical awakened, they will only subconsciously think that his blessing star technique is of brass quality. We just need to upgrade his blessing star technique to silver quality when Jiang Xiaopi shows his star map to the world for the first time. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, Yeah, that saves us the trouble of explaining the incredible situation of upgrading his star technique. Xia Yin continued to whisper to Han Jiangxue. Even if the people from a military come to their senses and question us, we can just insist that Jiang Xiaopi first absorbed an extremely rare silver-level white ghoul witch star bead. Although there are very few silver-level white ghoul witches, there are still some. Besides, you guys have a natural advantage. You can attribute all the high-quality rare star beads and star techniques to your parents. If others ask, You could just say that it's a rare star bead your parents left for you and your brother. I understand what you mean, but what about in the future? Han Jiangxue was a little confused. We can't force him not to upgrade his star technique just because we're afraid of exposing his special abilities. He has such strong characteristics and is destined to. Han Jiangxue's excitement suddenly vanished. It might sound ridiculous, but as Jiang Xiaopi became stronger, the team he would join in the future would be of a higher level, and the missions he would face would be more dangerous. His life and safety would be less guaranteed. Han Jiangxue's parents had become heroic members of the Wasteland Pioneers, but they disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. These are not for you to decide. Although he's a mischievous child now, he's still a man. He'll grow up and become an adult one day. You can't decide his future. Xia Yin seemed to have sensed her best friend's doubts and continued. In particular, his abilities are too special, and he's also a medical awakened. He's destined not to walk the path of most awakened. There's a very realistic problem here. What if Jiang Xiaopi really targets his parents? What if he really wants to join the Wasteland Pioneers or the Guardians of the Night that everyone respects? Xia Yan's words made Han Jiangxue extremely worried. Xia Yan continued, putting honor aside, such a legion would mean higher risks, but also higher benefits. A few days ago, Han Jiangxue even encouraged Jiang Xiao to work hard to become stronger and form a team to go to the place where his parents went missing to give them an explanation. However, that was just Han Jiangxue's attempt to encourage Jiang Xiao. At that time, just like everyone else, she thought that Jiang Xiao was just an imbecile with low qualifications. Deep down, Han Jiangxue didn't think that Jiang Xiao could reach that level. At that time, Han Jiangxue even encouraged Jiang Xiao to use more medical star techniques to attract the attention of the school so that he could get more resources. But now it was different, completely different. Jiang Xiao, who had such a special physique, was really not suitable to be a dazzling celebrity. Instead, he should keep a low profile. What we can do is to plan suitable star techniques for him in his limited star slots and make him stronger and stronger, Xia Yin said in a gentle voice as she comforted Han Jiangxue softly. He only has 7 star slots left now. No 6. We have to set aside 1 star slot to capture star pets. We have to consider the choice of star pets carefully. That's too important for him. Xia Yin sighed and continued. Compared to Awaken like us who have 28 or 30 star slots, his star slots are too precious. Han Jiangxue remained silent and did not respond. Deep down, she was thinking about something else. She just hoped that Jiang Xiao could find a powerful backer before he completely exposed his special abilities. Jiang Xiao's ability to upgrade the quality of his star techniques was indeed incredible, but at the same time, it would also attract the covetous eyes of others. She hoped that Jiang Xiao wouldn't be assassinated by the Awakened from other countries when he was vying with the various teams. While they were silent, Jiang Xiao had already changed into his camouflage uniform and replenished the supplies in his military backpack. He then walked out of the changing room. You've been talking for so long? You haven't changed your equipment yet. It's especially cold over there, Jiang Xiao said while looking at Han Jiangxue, who was dressed in a fluttering white dress. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded calmly, feeling rather conflicted. She then turned around and walked into the female changing room. Jiang Xiao didn't notice anything amiss. After all, that had always been Han Jiangxue's behavior. Hey, imp, since you've already decided to join our team, I have to explain our star techniques, combat characteristics, and habits to you, Xia Yin said. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded obediently. In the past few days of battles, he had also gained a rough understanding of Xia Yin. Although she was a woman, she was a hot-tempered melee warrior. The giant sword was extremely lethal and agile. She would always be able to save Jiang Zhao's life in the nick of time. In Jiang Zhao's heart, he had already defined Xia Yin as an agile warrior. Warrior, 28 star slots, 2 brass quality, 5 silver quality. Star map is a double-handed sword, Xia Yin said softly. I know all that. Why do you still have to emphasize the shape of the star map? Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment. Didn't your sister tell you? Xia Yin froze for a moment and thought about it. She then said with a mischievous smile, Yeah, She thought you were a weakling in the first place. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin stretched her arm out and placed it on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She chuckled and said, when all the star slots in your star map are lit up and the total amount of your star power reaches the starfall stage or the starry sky stage, you'll be able to turn star power into martial arts. Turn star power into martial arts? Jiang Shao tried his best to prop his shoulders up. If she were to press him down, he would be embarrassed. But then again, why is this woman so heavy? She clearly has a good figure. Could it be that the giant sword is very heavy? Yes, you can refine your star map and make it your weapon or your closest partner. These are still relatively far away from us, but the shape of most people's star maps can determine their future direction. It's best to choose a profession that fits your star map, Xia Yin said. For example, the profession that fits me the most is a warrior who can pick up a double-handed sword. That's why the weapon I'm using now is so strange. Xia Yin's words answered Jiang Zhao's doubts. The giant sword in her hand is really too abrupt. Normal people wouldn't choose such a combat tool. Wait a minute. Han Jiangshue's star map was a blazing white flame, and it was obvious that she was more compatible with the long-range rules awakened path. Han Jiangshue had also chosen to follow the rules. But what about Jiang Shao? Jiang Zhao's star map is the Big Dipper. What does that mean? Both of them thought that Jiang Zhao's star map was so strange because he was a medical awakened. However, Jiang Shao knew that he wasn't a medical awakened at all. He was an all-round awakened who could absorb any star beads and star techniques. In that case, what was the profession that was most compatible with the Big Dipper star map? To put it nicely, it was called the Big Dipper. To put it bluntly, it was shaped like a spoon. In fact, it could even be treated as a question mark. Every time Jiang Shao opened his internal star map, he would feel that the world was full of malice. He always felt that his star map was mocking him. Every time he opened his star map, he would be greeted with a question mark. Star map? Jiang Shao was speechless. He clearly has 9 star slots, but he has to flatter himself and rely on the Big Dipper star map. Jiang Shao cast aside his fantasies and decisively chose the Big Dipper star map between the spoon and the question mark star map. In the future, when I really become a god and turn my star map into martial arts, am I supposed to fight with a spoon? Could it be? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Chapter 33. In the snowfield, 3 young men and women were walking steadily in this world of pure white snow. Xia Yin took the lead and walked in front of the 2 of them, while Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshue walked side by side behind her. Jiang Shao looked at the tall and alluring figure in front of him while listening to her explain her personal information in detail. Of course, the personal information had nothing to do with her measurements but combat, 2 brass quality and 5 silver quality star techniques. The brass quality star techniques are green glow and endurance. I'm not a pervert like you who can embed 2 star techniques in 1 star slot, Xia Yin said. Since there was no one around, her voice was much louder. I've always wanted to ask, since you're so rich, why don't you buy some useful gold quality star techniques? Jiang Shao asked. Do you think I'm as perverted as your sister? Xia Yin turned around and glared at Jiang Shao without stopping. She continued, You and your sister are not normal at all. Jiang Shao asked, What do you mean? The level of star power limits the absorption of star techniques. It's impossible for awakened in the Stardust stage to acquire gold quality star techniques. Even awakened in the nebulous stage have a very low probability of acquiring gold quality star techniques. Under normal circumstances, only awakened in the galaxy stage are worthy of having gold quality star techniques. Xia Yin shook her head. Normal people like me will at most have silver quality star techniques in the nebulous stage. Unlike a genius like your sister who has just entered the nebulous stage and already acquired gold quality star techniques. Let's not talk about that anymore. I'm getting annoyed, Xia Yin said while waving her hand. The 5 silver quality star techniques are Burning Flame, Bursting Flames, Flame Arc, Severe Damage, and Brutality. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin curiously and waited for her answer. Here, Burning Flame. Xia Yin did not explain further verbally, and simply showed it to Jiang Shao. She pulled out the giant sword and dragged it on the ground while her fair and tender palm suddenly lit up with crimson lines of flames. The surging lines of flames were like agile fire snakes that quickly crawled up the long giant sword and dyed the thick body of the sword. Finally, the giant sword turned into a giant flame sword. The lethality is not bad. As Xiaoyan spoke, she retracted the flame lines in her hand, and the giant flame blade slowly turned back into a cold sword. She then stabbed it into Xiaoyan's back again. You've seen the flame arc before. When combined with my weapon, I can throw out a flame arc, but that's only the exterior that's wrapped in flames. The real lethality is still the energy under the flames, which is determined by the amount of star power I release, Xiaoyan explained patiently and in detail. Bursting flames overlaps with your sister's star technique, but it can't be helped. There are 2 star techniques in the Lava Demon star bead. I only wanted the Burning Flame star technique, but I absorb bursting flames first. But I have a lot of star slots. I have a high tolerance for mistakes, Xiaoyan said, smiling. To Jiang Xiao, her voice sounded particularly detestable. Regarding the star technique, bursting flames, I rarely use it. After all, I can't swing my sword. I only use it occasionally to provoke, ask for help, or when my hands aren't long enough. My body is not as tough as you think. In this team, I'm walking in the front because the 2 of you are more fragile. Remember this, Xiaoyan added at the end. Jiang Xiao nodded and asked, Your hands aren't long enough? It's the range of attack. What's in your head? Do you still have to ask? With her back facing the 2 of them, Xiaoyan raised her right hand and extended her fair and slender fingers. Isn't this long enough? Okay, you're the longest, Jiang Xiao muttered. Xiaoyan retracted her beautiful palm happily. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that something was amiss. Jiang Xiao asked, What about the star technique's heavy damage and brutality? Heavy damage is a passive star technique. Every time I attack, there will be some additional damage. It's a wonderful feeling, and I can feel some power that doesn't belong to me helping me. As for brutality, Xiaoyan explained. Jiang Xiao asked, Xiaopi, you won't want to see this star technique. If I use this star technique one day, I hope you can wake me up, Xiaoyan said smilingly. She will greatly increase her physical attributes, but the price is losing her rationality, Han Jiangxue said calmly. Xiaoyan pursed her lips and didn't respond. Since she wanted Jiang Xiao to join the team, Han Jiangxue didn't hide anything. She said 2 brass quality, 2 silver quality, and 1 gold quality. The brass quality star techniques are Green Glow and Endurance. The silver quality star techniques are Barren Wind and Bursting Flames. You've seen them before. Barren Wind can blow away enemies, rescue comrades, and enter the battlefield. It's a very practical star technique. Bursting Flames is the fireball that I use to blast the white ghouls' faces. After thinking about it, Han Jiangxue said, The attacking power of Bursting Flames is not bad. If it hits the white ghouls' faces accurately, it will cause them severe damage, even though it won't be able to blast their heads apart. As for the gold quality star technique, it's Sky Smasher. The internal space isn't large. It's about the size of 2 coffins, Han Jiangxue said as she pulled up her white scarf. She was still dressed like a ski enthusiast, which was a huge contrast to the valiant female soldier in front of her. There were so many things that could be used as an analogy. Why did she use coffins as an analogy? With a peculiar expression, Jiang Xiao asked, Are you both in Nebula Stage? As the most basic star power, it was divided into the Stardust Stage, Nebula Stage, Galaxy Stage, Starfall Stage, Starry Stage, and possibly higher levels. Han Jiangxue had already pulled up her white scarf, so she didn't respond. However, Xiaoyan said, Yes, we're both in the middle of the Nebula Stage. Middle of the Nebula Stage? There seem to be only 4 stages of star power, namely the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage. The reason why there were only 4 stages was because there was a checkpoint in each of them. If one could not break through it, it would be difficult for one to continue cultivating. Jiang Zhao's star power levels were more detailed in the internal star map. There were 10 small levels. For example, Jiang Shao was now in the early stage of the Stardust stage, which was considered to have passed the early stage. If he were to advance another small level, he would probably be in the middle stage of the Stardust stage. Xia Yin sighed and said, "As early as half a year ago, our total star power has been stuck at this level. We don't know how to break through this checkpoint. It's been half a year, but we haven't improved at all. Your body should be strong enough. Maybe you guys need a high-quality star bead to break through. You guys have just started year 3 of high school." In other words, to me, reaching the middle of the nebula stage in 2 years is considered outstanding, right? Xia Yin, who was in front of him, didn't respond at all. Instead, she was still immersed in self-pity. The students who are chasing after us should be breaking through the Stardust stage soon. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue finally couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Xia Yin. She pulled down her scarf and said, "There's still some impressive students whose total star power is not inferior to ours. What level are the high school teachers who trained us at?" Jiang Shao asked. This question could be considered an objective way to understand the true strength of the awakened. A few are at the peak of the nebula stage, a few are in the late nebula stage, and most are stuck in the middle of the nebula stage, Han Jiangxue said clearly, causing Jiang Shao to be stunned. "What's going on? Are the teachers too weak? Or are the two of you too strong?" Jiang Shao realized a problem, and that was that his starting point was a little high. Ever since he became an awakened, the two girls were the only awakened that Jiang Shao had come into contact with. Hence, he didn't think that 2 brass quality and 3 silver quality awakened were that rare, nor did he think that the nebula stage was that strong. Xia Yin's worries are not unreasonable. Some people improve very quickly in the early stages, but they might get stuck at a certain point, which might be their entire lives, Han Jiangxue said, as she pulled up her scarf again. "Wow, that's impressive. Will the journey be full of obstacles? In that case, I can't use my skill points recklessly." Fortunately, Jiang Shao still had the 3 skill points, which he had gained a lot from this exchange. If there were 4 checkpoints for each star power level, Jiang Zhao's skill points should be used more effectively. He would use one when he was at LV 2, one when he was at LV 5, one when he was at LV 8, and another when he was at LV 9. For others, a certain checkpoint might be a checkpoint that they would never be able to break through in their lifetime. But for Jiang Shao, a skill point could solve the problem. Now that Jiang Shao had broken through to the Stardust stage level 3, he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. In the future, he would be able to use his skill points without any obstacles. Jiang Shao touched his chin and thought to himself, "Does physical strength determine the total amount of star power? No way, I have skill points. I'll just go ahead." Who agrees? Chapter 34. Location: Dimensional Space, Snowfield, Southeast Route. The Southeast Route was the least explored route by the human awakened. It was full of danger and opportunities. Previously, Han Jiangxue wanted to broaden Jiang Zhao's horizons by using the white ghouls to deal a blow to him so that he would be more respectful of this world. Hence, the team of 4 took the northwest route. Although they encountered an unexpected large group of white ghoul witches along the way, the final outcome was not too bad. This time, the 3 of them chose the southeast route. The snowy forest was dense, and the vast snowfield was rare. Hence, it was of course a paradise for the white ghouls. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was staring at Jiang Shao in shock in the snowy forest. The young man's fist that was glowing with green glow had smashed a white ghoul to the ground. However, Jiang Shao did not have any killer moves. Hence, he had no choice but to continue smashing his fist downwards with the repelling attribute of green glow. The upper half of the strong white ghoul's body was smashed into the ground, causing it to fall upside down. The problem he exposed is obvious. He doesn't have enough star techniques to deal damage to the enemy, Han Jiangxue said. Xia Yin nodded beside her. The two of them were like spectators and coaches who were standing outside the battle circle, watching Jiang Shao and the white ghouls duel intently. "Your dagger techniques are 100 times better than mine. You can teach him," Han Jiangxue said with a hint of melancholy. "No problem. as long as you give me a kiss. The female ruffian turned to look at the skiing enthusiast beside her and seized the opportunity to act like a hooligan. Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yin coldly and did not respond. That's right. Such an exchange is not equivalent. Xia Yin giggled and rolled her eyes. Kiss me, and I'll teach him swordsmanship. I'm not good at using daggers, but swordsmanship is different. I've been practicing for so many years. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and thought, are you really going to teach me swordsmanship? Did Zhang Zhao's request leave a seed in Xia Yan's heart? I really want him to become stronger. I want him to join our team. Xia Yan answered Han Jiangxue's doubts in a timely manner. This weapon of mine is considered a heavy weapon that can be used for both offense and defense. Even if he's not skilled, it'll be good for him to carry it around to intimidate others. After all, he'll be a medical soldier in the future. Han Jiangxue said softly, since you think so, go ahead and teach him. Then wouldn't I lose face? Someone has to come and beg me. Xia Yan put her arm around Han Jiangxue's shoulder and pretended to sigh. I'm not interested in Jiang Xiaopi. Han Jiangxue turned around to look at Xia Yan. Although Xia Yan couldn't see Han Jiangxue's eyes that were hidden behind the ski goggles, she could see her thin lips that were inches away from hers. At this moment, Xia Yan's breathing suddenly quickened, and her heart pounded wildly. Han Jiangxue neither rejected nor pushed him away. Under normal circumstances, a kick was considered a light punishment. All of a sudden, Xia Yan had an unrealistic fantasy and subconsciously closed her eyes. She then craned her head forward. Han Jiangxue's eyes, which were hidden behind the ski goggles, were still staring at the woman in front of her coldly. She couldn't help but raise her hand and place it gently on Xia Yan's lips with the back of her cold hand. Wow! Xia Yan yelled happily, seemingly having a mental breakdown. She turned around and opened her eyes to look at the beautiful world before scampering towards Jiangshao like a husky rolling around in the snow. Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yan with a pitiful gaze and shook her head helplessly. She then yelled at her back, forget about the sword. This environment isn't suitable for training. You'd better teach me how to use a dagger. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Your knight will obey your orders, Xia Yan answered happily. She was in a good mood. What a thick skin. At this moment, Jiang Shao was riding on the white ghoul and punching the back of the white ghoul's head. He didn't have the habit of carrying a dagger, but he couldn't let the white ghoul wait while he went back to look for his military backpack. Hence, there was a momentary stalemate. However, no matter how thick your skin is and how weak my strength is, you'll definitely suffer some damage after being punched in the back of the head, right? Retreat, retreat. Xia Yan's excited voice sounded from behind. Jiang Shao panicked and hurriedly leaned back, after which a sharp, giant sword descended from the sky and pierced through the white ghoul's head. Xia Yan was like a deity descending from the heavens, and the billowing waves of air blew Jiang Shao away. Fortunately, there was a thick layer of snow. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't feel much pain even though he rolled on the ground countless times. Instead, he was in pain because of Xia Yan's star power. Kid, do you want to learn this move? Xia Yan held onto the handle of the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. She then turned around and looked at Jiang Shao. Flying grass. Jiang Shao asked subconsciously. What? Xia Yan slowly pulled out the giant sword and placed it on her shoulder before turning around to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, No, nothing. You can use your green glow on this sword. It's wide and heavy enough. If you use it well, it'll be a great improvement to your combat ability. Xia Yan slowly pointed the giant sword at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao frowned and got up before turning around to look at Han Jiangxue. He still remembered the advice that Han Jiangxue had given him. There were indeed many things to pay attention to when learning other people's skills. Han Jiangxue shook her head gently. Jiang Shao was bewildered because he didn't know what was going on. What's wrong with Xia Yan? When we go back, I'll train you well. Now, take out your dagger. Xia Yan seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, as she looked even more spirited and energetic than before. She placed the sword behind her back and pulled out a dagger from the side of her thigh with her right hand. I'll teach you some dagger techniques first. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he thought, this is great. Jiang Zhao hurriedly scurried to the side, picked up his military backpack, and asked softly, why is she so excited all of a sudden? She's always like this. She's always acting crazy. Ignore her, Han, Jiangxue said, gesturing at the white ghoul corpse beside her. Go look for the star beads. Oh, Jiang Xiao could not figure it out and had no choice but to give up in the end. Jiang Xiao, who had obtained another white ghoul star bead, immediately absorbed it. During the battle just now, he had consumed a large amount of star power, and one white ghoul star bead was not enough to replenish it. Besides, he couldn't stop to condense star power now. Hence, he could only replenish it in such a way. In order to actively absorb star power, he had to be in a state of stillness. The quieter the surroundings, the better. After absorbing the star bead, Jiang Zhao's star techniques, green glow and endurance, did not increase by even a small level. Green glow, silver quality endurance, silver quality now, Jiang Zhao did not have any star beads left. During the continuous battles, he had absorbed all the star beads he had. Jiang Zhao did not have to worry about the quality of green glow and endurance at all, because they were the most basic star beads in Beijiang that cost 500 to 800 star beads each. As long as he had money, he could upgrade them to gold quality, platinum quality, or even diamond quality. The problem was that Jiang Zhao did not have money. The problem was that Jiang Zhao did not dare to upgrade them at the current stage. Once they reached gold quality, Jiang Zhao's thin star power would probably not be able to cast a single punch of green glow. Secondly, green glow of gold quality or even higher would be too eye-catching. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was not strong enough to possess such a shocking star technique. Otherwise, it would cause him too much trouble. Speaking of which, the white ghoul star bead of the lowest level was really suitable for Jiang Zhao, who could upgrade the quality of his star techniques. Besides green glow, the second star technique, endurance, was also extremely powerful and could increase Jiang Zhao's defense. Although there were no physical changes, Jiang Zhao could clearly feel that the fists and claws of the white ghouls that landed on his body caused him less pain and damage during the battle. He wondered if Jiang Zhao would be invulnerable after this star technique was upgraded to the final quality. Chapter 35. 7 days later, in the depths of a snowfield on the southeast route. Puke! Jiang Zhao spat out a mouthful of snow and tried his best to push the corpse of the white ghoul away. At this moment, there was a sharp dagger stuck in the black face of the white ghoul. In just 7 days, Jiang Zhao's freehand combat had not only been upgraded to brass quality level 8, but it had also been upgraded by 2 small levels. His newly learned dagger mastery had also been upgraded to brass quality level 5, a total of 4 small levels. In just 7 days, he had achieved such great results. That was simply gratifying. Of course, the quality of the 2 basic skills was relatively low, after all, and they were still at the beginner stage. Once he got started, he would be able to increase his level rather quickly. Jiang Zhao knelt and crawled up. His body was covered in snow, and a wonderful idea suddenly popped up in his head. If only he could shake his body like a dog. When dogs swam out of the water or took a bath, they would always use the magical technique of shaking. Not only could it effectively shake off the water on their bodies, but it could also cause great damage to the people around them. At this moment, Jiang Zhao desperately needed that skill. It was really uncomfortable to crawl out of the snow, especially when his tattered camouflage uniform allowed the pervasive snow to seep into his body, causing him to shiver in the cold. Jiang Zhao skillfully cut the head of the white ghoul and looked into the distance. In the dim world, the woman holding the giant flame sword was extremely eye-catching. Xia Yan's true profession was probably not a warrior, but a lumberjack. The giant flame sword swung out layers of flame arcs and tore the surrounding trees frantically, creating an ideal combat environment for itself. Jiang Zhao suddenly raised his right hand, and at this moment, an old figure in the depths of the snowy forest also raised his right hand. 2 beams of light shrouded the 2 of them in the battle almost at the same time. Xia Yan exclaimed in excitement. feeling extremely comfortable and excited. She stuck her tongue out and licked her blood-stained lips. She then raised her giant sword and aimed it at the tall white ghoul that was also injected with steroids. These two fellows were indeed very comfortable. As for who would be comfortable in the end, that would depend on their strength. Jiang Shao shifted his gaze and looked at the figure standing in the small open space behind him. There were ripples in the space around her, and there were already a few corpses in the so-called Sky Smasher coffin. The sudden disappearance of their companions caused the white ghouls to pause in their footsteps. Han Jiangxue observed the surroundings calmly and took the opportunity to blow away a few white ghouls that were closest to her. She then said in a cold voice with a hint of anger, "Xia Yan, this is a mission, not a game." Sorry. Xiaopi star technique is really good. I can't control my emotions." Xia Yin retreated quickly and continuously got closer to Han Jiangxue. She sounded rather excited. "That's great. Mom. Awesome. Yes. Watch your language. I'm still underage." Jiang Shao returned to Han Jiangxue's side before Xia Yin did. His shoulders were covered in green light as he charged toward the white ghoul. Xia Yin barked, "Cut the crap. It's like I'm on steroids." At the same time that Jiang Shao overturned a white ghoul, he left a deep wound on his shoulder. Usually, no matter how hot-tempered Xia Yin was, she would never end up in such a state. Maybe I've given her too much blessing? Jiang Shao secretly speculated. I can't count on her anymore. I'm going to blow the white ghoul, which over, Han Jiangxue said, while looking at Jiang Shao, who stumbled towards her. Jiang Shao was almost blindly trusting of Han Jiangxue's judgment. In the past 7 days, she had used her calm analysis and control of the overall situation to make Jiang Shao realize what qualities a qualified commander should have. In fact, that was indeed the case. As long as the white ghoul, which could not take them down, the white ghouls would really be fearless and fearless. The two of them were like a small boat in a storm that could be overturned at any time. Are you bragging? Head on? Jiang Shao asked. Sure, keep an eye on it, Han Jiangxue answered quickly. Han Jiangxue quickly answered. Her gold quality star technique, Sky Smasher, could only be used at close range. However, if it was combined with the silver quality star technique, Barren Wind, the effect of the combined star technique would be multiplied. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had their backs against each other. Since protecting her had become their top priority, Jiang Shao quickly sheathed his dagger and clenched his fists, which were emitting a rich green glow. He then looked at the white ghouls around him warily, who were eager to attack. Han Jiangxue leaned against Jiang Zhao's back, and all of a sudden, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Stability and safety were far from it, because she knew Jiang Zhao's abilities. However, at this moment, Han Jiangxue was extremely gratified. If someone had told Han Jiangxue half a month ago that her incompetent brother would stand behind her, protect her, and help her resist the encirclement of more than 10 white ghouls, Han Jiangxue would never have believed it no matter what. Now, if someone were to tell Han Jiangxue that her brother not only had the courage to stand behind her, but also had the ability to fight off the white ghouls, would she believe it? The star map on Han Jiangxue's body was vaguely visible, and the star power was like a dreamy nebula that was spread out on the star map. There were shining star slots that were surrounded by a pattern of white flames. She waved her left hand, and the space in front of her began to ripple. She then spread out her right hand, and a vortex suddenly rolled up from the feet of the white ghoul, which that was far away. The wind and snow actually formed a snow tornado that wrapped around the white ghoul witch's body and pulled it toward her. The white ghoul, which shrieked in panic, and a miserable shriek seemed to have become the horn of the final charge, causing the group of white ghouls to go completely crazy and dash towards the prey in front of them. Damn it! Xia Yan's path was blocked, and the white ghouls that had been shocked by her power just now seemed to have lost their minds as they dashed towards her desperately. Feeling helpless, Xia Yan swung the giant flame sword and slashed out a fiery red sword arc. The fiery red sword arc lit up her path and seemed to have lit up the dark sky. Snowflakes danced in the air and star power rippled. She slashed several white ghouls along the way, But in the end, she did not manage to rush into the encirclement of the white ghouls in the distance. Jiang Xiao and his brother were in the center of the encirclement. This is crazy. Jiang Xiao took out a star bead from his pocket and crushed it, after which bits of light emerged around him and surged into his body. At the same time, a ray of holy light descended from the sky and landed on Jiang Xiao's head. Jiang Xiao shuddered in comfort and tried to clench his fists. He then got into a standard combat posture and suddenly took a step forward before dashing towards the white ghoul in front of him on the left. Feeling a chill on her back, Han Jiangxue tilted her head slightly and saw Jiang Zhao's actions through the corner of her eye. She raised her left hand, and a fireball appeared in her cold palm. Shoo, 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 shoo. Behind Han Jiangxue, a series of punching sounds could be heard, which made one's blood boil with excitement. Faced with the white ghouls that were roaring, Jiang Xiao fought them head-on without hesitation. Jiang Xiao, whose hands were covered in green glow, dodged and dashed left and right. He killed a white ghoul with a punch. He kicked a white ghoul, even though he couldn't severely injure them. The repelling effect of his silver quality star technique, green glow, was enough to repel them. Jiang Xiao had no idea what was happening in front of him, but the white ghouls that wanted to pounce on Han Jiangxue were all intercepted by Jiang Xiao. Not only did he stop them, but he also kicked them away. Jiang Xiao punched the white ghoul's sharp claws and forced another white ghoul to retreat. He then took out a star bead from his pocket and crushed it. It's not the time to be frugal now. To Han Jiangxue, the dull thudding sounds behind her were indeed rather pleasant. In the sky, the white ghoul, which was blown away by the snow tornado, was about to fall into the coffin. Han Jiangxue tried her best to control the direction of the wind with her right hand while condensing a fireball with her left hand. On her right, a white ghoul was blasted away by a fist that was wrapped in rich green glow. 2 seconds, Han Jiangxue said. As she spoke, there was only 1 second left. Jiang Xiao couldn't be bothered to retreat and simply turned around to give a roundhouse kick while yelling, Rua! Star Power Upgrade. Stardust Stage Level 4. Chapter 36. The white ghoul, which panicked and wailed as it rushed into Han Jiangxue's coffin. Jiang Zhao's roundhouse kick also sent the white ghoul behind him flying. However, before Jiang Xiao landed on the ground, he flew up into the air. Yes, Jiang Xiao did not expect to be able to take off just by spinning around. Is it that casual? I'm not a helicopter. Han Jiangxue flew up together with Jiang Xiao. After throwing the white ghoul, which into the coffin, Han Jiangxue immediately used her star technique, Barren Wind, to quickly blow the two of them into the sky. Jiang Xiao, whose clothes were tattered, finally understood what it meant to be cold. If he were in normal terrain, he would still be able to withstand the wind. However, he was in the snowfield and the wind turned into a snow tornado. The cold wind and snow engulfed Jiang Zhao's body in all directions. It was all thanks to Jiang Zhao's silver quality endurance. If he were an ordinary 16-year-old child, he would probably have been frozen into a popsicle. It wasn't until Jiang Xiao popped his head out of the snow tornado and sat at the top of the tornado that he saw Han Jiangxue standing suavely on the snow tornado, watching the situation in the distance attentively. If she were to wear her usual fluttering white dress, she would really look like a banished immortal. Wait a while. The white ghouls will return to normal soon, Han Jiangxue said while lowering her hands naturally. Han Jiangxue lowered her hands naturally and spread her fingers, seemingly still trying hard to control the snow tornado between the two of them. Jiang Xiao spun around uncontrollably while looking for an opportunity to look at Xia Yin, who was in the distance. The violent girl was still going on a killing spree and was about to reach them. Such behavior is not allowed. Han Jiangxue lowered her head and looked at the valiant female warrior below. Xia Yan's body shivered, but it was unknown if she was frightened or if she was frozen by Han Jiangxue's cold tone. In short, she almost dropped her burning sword and hurriedly adjusted herself. In the image, only the sounds of Xia Yan and the roars of the white ghouls could be heard. There was no communication between the team. Even a fool would be able to sense the tension in the atmosphere. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I reckon I've given her too many blessings. You know, she's a melee fighter. She's bound to get injured if she keeps charging into the enemies. Hence, I've focused on her. Yeah, maybe it's not a good thing to have a medical awaken in the team, Han Jiangxue said as she turned around, her cold gaze seemingly piercing Jiang Zhao's heart. Fortunately, Jiang Shao was still spinning in the wind and avoiding her gaze. This time, Jiang Shao behaved himself and did not plead for mercy again. Xia Yan's face turned pale and red. She seemed to be infuriated and guilty. In short, her movements became faster and her moves became sharper. Slowly, as time passed and the massacre continued, the state of the white ghouls returned to normal. There were sporadic signs of them escaping into the snow forest. At this moment, Han Jiangxue dispersed Barren Wind, and the two of them landed on the ground. She activated Barren Wind again, but this time she was no longer trying to distance herself from the battlefield. Instead, she was trying to blow the white ghouls back. The battle was just that strange. If the group of white ghouls refused to give in and continued to besiege them, Han Jiangxue would probably escape with the team in a few minutes. However, at the moment when the white ghouls were defeated and turned around to flee, Han Jiangxue pulled them back one by one. The white ghouls who were in no mood to fight and only cared about escaping were completely different from the white ghouls who were charging forward with indomitable will. There's not enough star power, Xia Yan suddenly yelled. Han Jiangxue's outstretched hand paused for a moment, and she slowly put it down. Several white ghouls quickly disappeared into the snow forest in her line of sight. A few minutes later, everything was settled. The place was initially covered in snow, but now it was dyed red with blood and emitted a pungent smell of blood. There were corpses all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The scene was extremely gruesome. Hey, don't be angry. Xia Yin pretended to be harvesting the star beads nonchalantly and dared not look at Han Jiangxue at all. Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yin quietly and said in a calm voice, I'm willing to pay for whatever you do. Xia Yin took out a star bead, but the way she bit her lip betrayed her seemingly nonchalant expression. She knew that Han Jiangxue was telling the truth because the two of them had developed a deep friendship after going through countless life-and-death situations. But he can't. He's just a child who has just awakened. He doesn't have the ability to change the situation or make up for your mistakes. He doesn't even have the ability to protect himself, Han Jiangxue said calmly. Xia Yan, he's my brother. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Xia Yan's voice became softer and softer, which was really an eye-opener for Jiang Shao. He didn't expect the fearless female soldier to have such a docile and obedient side. I'm really getting carried away because of Xiaopi's blessing. No, I don't blame him. It's because I was too excited. While the immortals were quarreling, the immortals were naturally harvesting the star beads quickly. I'm rich. Killing will really change a person. A week ago, Jiang Shao was still a weakling who would feel disgusted and nauseous and didn't dare to lay a finger on corpses. Now, faced with the hellish scene of blood flowing like a river, Jiang Shao remained calm and composed, as if he had entered Charlie's chocolate factory. He didn't know if it was dangerous or not, but the chocolate and milk candy were real. Although it was a quarrel, Han Jiangxue's personality made it difficult for her to argue with anyone. After all, she had never been a cheerful and warm person. A Cold War might be more suitable for the current situation. After saying a few words, Han Jiangxue didn't speak again. While harvesting the star beads, Xia Yin thought about how to make her friend happy. At this moment, Jiang Shao had already opened his internal star map. After some preliminary calculations, he estimated that he had harvested 22 white ghoul star beads this time. The southeast route was indeed the route with the least explored by the awakened. It was filled with danger, and there were many creatures of other dimensions. In the past 7 days, the three of them had also encountered a group of white ghouls led by a white ghoul witch. During that battle, the three of them obtained 17 star beads. In addition to the lone white ghouls that they killed along the way, they contributed 31 star beads. Excluding the star beads that the three of them absorbed during the battle, There were 28 star beads in Jiang Zhao's military backpack at this moment. In order to help Jiang Zhao improve the quality of his star techniques, Xia Yin deliberately restrained herself from absorbing star beads. Han Jiangxue was even more terrifying. In the past 7 days, she had only absorbed 2 white ghoul star beads and relied on absorbing star power when she was resting. The aloof girl was really giving it her all for Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao's heart ached because of her. Back to the topic, 28 star beads, plus the 22 that he had now. It seemed that the gold quality, green glow, and endurance were not that far apart. Character, Jiang Zhao 1. Star map, Big Dipper, Stardust Stage, level 42. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Brass Quality, level 32. Decoy, Brass Quality, level 3. 3. Green Glow, Silver Quality 4. Endurance, Silver Quality 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Brass Quality, level 9. 2. Star Power Abundance, Brass Quality, level 3. 3. Dagger Mastery, Brass Quality, level 54. Skill Points, 3-inch. Theoretically speaking, if I absorb all of them, the Silver Quality Star Technique will arrive. Should I restrain myself? Jiang Zhao frowned and pondered. If the world had seen the Silver Quality green glow before, it would be impossible to see the Gold Quality green glow. That was one problem. Another problem, Jiang Zhao's total star power could not keep up. Once it was upgraded to Gold Quality, half of his star power would probably disappear with a single punch. While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao did not slow down. As soon as he squatted down, he felt the white ghoul's body twitching under his feet. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao pierced the white ghoul's face with his dagger like an experienced executioner. Brass Quality 100 kills, skill point +1. Chapter 37. It's yours. Han Jiangxue walked towards Jiang Zhao and took out the corpse of the white ghoul, which from the coffin before tossing it to Jiang Zhao's side. Thank you, Jiang Zhao said gratefully and couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the corpse at his feet. The white ghoul, which looked similar to the white ghouls, but it was much thinner and weaker than the white ghouls. It was as thin as a bamboo pole, and Jiang Zhao had no idea how it managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Its cheeks were pale and bloodless, and it looked extremely old. It really looked like a mummy. We've encountered 2 white ghoul witches in 7 days. We're considered extremely lucky. After absorbing this star bead, are you confident in upgrading your star technique, blessing, to silver quality? Han Jiangxue asked. Jiang Zhao endured the pain and crushed the 200,000 yuan before shaking his head gently. There were also some changes to the first and second star techniques in the second panel of the template. 1. Blessing, Brass Quality level 4. 2. Decoy, Brass Quality level 4. Jiang Zhao still had 4 skill points to upgrade this star technique to level 8, but no matter what, he was still a few levels away. What's that? Jiang Zhao looked up at Han Jiangxue and suddenly saw a red smoke rising from the sky not far behind her. In such a dim environment, normal red smoke would not be that eye-catching. However, the smoke was extremely bright and looked like fireworks. Someone is asking for help, Han Jiangxue said with a frown as she turned around. Shall we go and take a look? Jiang Zhao asked. Xia Yin explained to Jiang Zhao, this signal flare is essentially not meant for us to see, but for the guardians here. As an awakened, when you see such a signal flare, you won't get the message that someone is asking for help, but that a team of people is telling you that there's danger there and that you shouldn't approach. They're approaching us. Han Jiangxue frowned as she saw the second signal flare, which seemed to be coming from the snowy forest where the 3 of them were. The other party should be escaping at the fastest speed and choosing the northwest direction to return to the city. The other party was clearly going deeper into the southeast route than Jiang Zhao's team. For some reason, they're so confident. What kind of creatures of other dimensions did they encounter? Other than the white ghouls, weren't there only white ghoul witches here? Xia Yin said anxiously. Let's go. If we don't leave now, they'll soon run to us. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, the most powerful team of creatures of other dimensions in the snowfield is the White Ghoul Army, led by the White Ghoul Witch. This means that the other party is very likely to be chased by the White Ghoul Witch. Slightly stunned, Xiaoyan asked, "What do you mean?" "He needs this." Han Jiangxue gestured towards Jiang Shao. Shue, are you really going to play something exciting?" Xia Yin asked with a serious expression. Han Jiangxue ignored Xia Yin and directly opened the coffin. She then reached in and pulled the corpses of the two white ghouls out before emptying the coffin. "Ah, Jiang Xiaopi, I usually treat you well, don't I? Hurry and help me persuade your sister." Xia Yin stomped her feet anxiously. The roars of the white ghouls could already be heard in the deep forest far away. "Han Jiangxue, let's go," Jiang Shao said frantically. "You guys don't seem to be able to see the situation clearly. Given the current situation, we won't be able to escape even if we try our best to escape." Han Jiangxue walked away quickly and left the snowfield that was filled with corpses. The two of them had no choice but to chase after her. After walking for more than 100 meters, Han Jiangxue stopped at a place not far from the battlefield and hid behind a large tree. Slowly, the snow forest seemed to be shaking, as if thousands of troops were rushing over. The three of them carefully hid behind a tree. In their line of sight, they saw a pitch-black figure rolling and crawling as he ran. As he crossed the mountains, searching for hope of survival, he suddenly saw a scene of blood flowing like a river. Yes, in the vast snow forest, the awakened who was running for his life saw the sea of blood and mountains of corpses left behind by Jiang Shao and the other two. It was a male awakened who seemed to be middle-aged and had a horrified expression on his face. When he passed by the battlefield, the experienced awakened grabbed the corpse lying on the ground. When his palm came into contact with the blood that was still warm, the awakened's eyes were suddenly filled with a strong desire to survive. He yelled, "Is anyone there? Is anyone nearby?" The awakened who was yelling for help did not stop, nor did he dare to stop. Behind him, groups of white ghouls dashed over with a murderous intent. "White Ghoul Witch offspring, you could be a star pet. Save me. I'll give everything to you. Everything I have is yours." The awakened's voice was almost hoarse. His voice trembled in despair, breaking the hearts of those who heard it. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue, who was beside him. He had also seen the other side of Han Jiangxue. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the 18-year-old girl was not moved by such a scene at all, nor did she soften her heart because of a person's cries for help. She was expressionless and seemed to be devoid of human emotions. How cold and indifferent would her eyes be behind the goggles? At the next moment, a group of white ghouls finally rushed out of the trembling snow forest. When describing the large number of enemies rushing over, people would always use the term black mass to describe it. At this moment, in Jiang Zhao's line of sight, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness, night of 100 ghouls. No, it's the night of the white ghouls. Hundreds of white ghouls charged forward in a frenzy while roaring angrily. In the snow forest, they did not advance in an orderly manner like regular troops. Instead, large groups of white ghouls shuttled through the trees like Mount Tai. From time to time, there would be a few leaping into the sky, their dark faces terrifying. In an instant, the sky, the ground, and the trees seemed to be filled with white ghouls. "Don't panic, they won't care about us," Han Jiangxue said all of a sudden. Even though the three of them tried their best to move more than 100 meters away, they still underestimated the number of white ghouls. They did not move out of the white ghouls' route at all. Jiang Shao was still a little confused, but he had already seen a group of white ghouls rushing towards him. "Lie on the ground and don't move. Bear with it, even if you get stepped on," Han Jiangxue said sternly as she lay down in the snow. Her cold voice entered their ears, but it was quickly drowned out by the earth-shattering roars. When the army passed, all living beings would retreat. Jiang Zhao's hair stood on end as he hid behind a tree and lay on the ground obediently. At this moment, he was no longer Voldemort, nor was he a sly old fox. "I'm just a kid pretending to be dead." Huh? Miao Lu Nu Di, Wen Zhang Song, Ji Mao, Enigmatic Han, Fu Yong Ji Xiaoyu. A huff? A white ghoul had clearly landed on the tree above Jiang Zhao's head before leaping up quickly, causing a large amount of snow to fall and land on Jiang Zhao's body. Due to the fact that he was blocked by the trees, Jiang Zhao was not trampled by the white ghouls. However, he could often hear the heavy footsteps on both sides of his body. The snowflakes that were splattered on the ground because of the heavy footsteps splashing onto Jiang Zhao's body gave him an incomparable sense of bliss. It would be better if there were more of them, so that I could be buried tightly. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were not fools. Hence, they adjusted their angles and hid behind the tree. Xia Yin also understood Han Jiangxue's orders. Although the three of them hid well, and the army was also moving quickly, they couldn't guarantee that the white ghouls wouldn't discover them. What really made Han Jiangxue fearless was the words, "White Ghoul Witch's Offspring." In other words, the white ghouls' hatred had been completely drawn away, and they wouldn't care about the three of them at all. If the male awakened, put down his offspring, there would still be a chance of survival. Chapter 38. Han Jiangxue listened to the sound of footsteps and allowed the flying snowflakes to land on her face. The goggles worked well and allowed her to see the situation in front of her clearly. A loud roar caught Han Jiangxue's attention. It came from the back of the team. It was the familiar voice of a commander, as well as the rare howl of a white ghoul witch. In terms of physical fitness, the white ghoul, which was far inferior to the white ghouls who were charging at the front. Naturally, the white ghoul, which also fell behind the team. As the army passed through and dashed forward, Han Jiangxue slowly extended her palm and created a space coffin on the left side of her body. Gold quality star technique, Sky Smasher. After completing the preparatory work, Han Jiangxue remained calm and lay in the snow, waiting for the arrival of the protagonists. Or rather, the arrival of the protagonists. As expected, the protagonists appeared 10 seconds later, surrounded by a few white ghouls. They were also sprinting, but due to the limitations of the white ghoul witch's speed, the white ghoul bodyguards could not run. 6 white ghouls, 2 white ghoul witches. Xia Yin, get ready to bring up the rear. Xiaopi, give me a star bead, Han Jiangxue said softly. Okay. Jiang Shao hurriedly took out 2 star beads from his pocket and tossed them to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. The two of them absorbed the star beads without hesitation, after which the starlight around them fused into their bodies. Han Jiangxue crawled up from her knees and stretched her hands out. All of a sudden, she hollered, "Come here." She had always been extremely quiet during the battle, and her holler was a signal to Xia Yin. Xia Yin, who had great tacit understanding, watched as the 2 white ghoul witches were blown towards her, as well as the bewildered white ghouls. She then swung her giant sword, from the back to the front, from the bottom to the top. The giant sword drew a 360-degree circle, and a crimson arc split the snow and trees along the way. It then charged towards the 6 white ghouls while burning with raging flames. Hiss! Hiss! Roar! The 2 white ghoul witches could not control their bodies. Theoretically speaking, they should be a male and a female. The female white ghoul, which should have just given birth. Her body was indeed much stronger than a human's. She could run 5 kilometers cross-country right after giving birth. Xiaopi! Han Jiangxue exclaimed as she saw Jiang Shao dashing out. I'm here. I'll help you attract the firepower. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhao's voice came from beside a big tree. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment and finally remembered that Jiang Shao had 2 star techniques in 1 star, one of which was decoy. However, this illusion was a little too realistic. Especially under the dim sky, it was enough to pass off as the real thing. The silver light in Han Jiangxue's hands flickered as she continuously urged Baron Wind to adjust the angle. Due to the unique terrain, the snow tornado seemed to be able to inflict damage. The illusions of a few white ghoul witches appeared, but they were instantly swept away. Based on Jiang Zhao's previous actions, Han Jiangxue knew that he had no choice but to use the decoy technique in an attempt to escape. However, how could he escape from the snow tornado so easily? In fact, Even their roars were drowned out by the wind and snow, and Han Jiangxue deprived them of the right to give orders. At this moment, the two white ghouls had already charged towards Jiang Zhao's illusion. The dreamy figure shattered upon contact, causing the two white ghouls to be infuriated. Their eyes were so bloodshot that they were about to bleed. At this moment, Xia Yan also faced two white ghouls. However, due to the terrain, she only managed to severely injure one white ghoul. The other white ghoul nimbly circled around the tree and flew away in the air. Like the other two white ghouls, it chased after the snow tornado. Finally, the white ghoul, which that emerged from the snow tornado, saw the human figure that was close to it. Its sharp claws lit up, and it pierced toward Han Jiangxue with the help of the wind and snow. Whoosh! It was majestic and aggressive, but there was no end to it. The two white ghoul witches disappeared in front of Han Jiangxue one after another and rushed into the rippling space in front of her. They then plunged headfirst into the space coffin. Han Jiangxue blew her and Jiang Zhao's bodies up into the sky and yelled at the phantom in the snow forest. "Let's go." Xia Yan dragged the giant sword and moved forward in a horse stance. Her elbows were emitting a green glow, and she knocked the white ghoul in front of her back gently. She then turned her wrist and grabbed the giant sword tightly. A cold ray of light flashed, and the sword was split into two. A ray of white light suddenly descended, and Xia Yan moaned in comfort. She tilted her head to the left and right while her chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind. She looked beautiful and wild. Han Jiangxue's cold and aloof face suddenly appeared in Xia Yan's mind, and she snapped out of her trance. She hurriedly carried the giant sword behind her and turned around to run away, ignoring the star beads. Wow! Xia Yan sprinted for more than 3 minutes, and a gust of wind suddenly swept across her back, pushing her forward by dozens of meters. If it were her first time experiencing it, Xia Yan would have fallen to the ground. However, it was already the umpteenth time that they had cooperated. Xia Yan managed to stabilize her body after being pushed forward and frantically pulled out the giant sword behind her back. She then held it horizontally by her side and rolled over after landing on the ground. She then made a diving motion. After unloading the force, Xia Yan quickly put away her sword and moved forward hurriedly. The roars of the white ghouls behind her were getting further and further away. Clearly, they had been blown away by the barren wind. Just like that, the trio slowly distanced themselves from the white ghouls that were chasing after them. At this moment, Jiang Zhao, who was standing beside Han Jiangxue, was already full of admiration for the aloof girl. Not only did they manage to steal 2 white ghoul witches' heads, but they also managed to escape unscathed. Jiang Zhao was on the verge of exclaiming in admiration. Jiang Zhao had always felt that he was rather ambitious. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhao was really willing to turn into a salted fish and praise Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue's series of orders just now perfectly explained what wisdom and calmness meant. Jiang Zhao also saw what kind of psychological quality a true commander should have. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, they wouldn't bat an eyelid. Through the words white ghoul, which offspring, Han Jiangxue analyzed that it was a greedy person and a group of white ghouls whose hatred had reached a peak. At that moment, when faced with thousands of troops, she did not choose to let the team retreat quickly. Instead, she asked the 3 of them to hide on the spot and even ordered them to bear with it even if they stepped on you. Is this a gamble? It could be considered as such, but it was more of a conclusion drawn from rational analysis. Through the characteristics of the white ghoul witches, Han Jiangxue relied on her combination star techniques to cleverly and effortlessly hunt 2 white ghoul witches. Relying on Xia Yan's combat power and the Barren Wind Star technique, she killed a small number of white ghoul witches that were chasing after them. She was no longer greedy for the star beads and quickly moved the team. Before the white ghoul army could react, everything had been arranged clearly. Jiang Zhao was really in awe. Compared to Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao was really inferior. Regardless of what world he was in, the small group of people who stood at the top would always be the ones with wisdom and courage. Han Jiangxue seemed to have sensed Jiang Zhao's scorching gaze. While running, she turned around and asked, "Are you cold?" Jiang Zhao wanted to act braver, but his body was very honest. "Cold? How could I not be cold? Use your star power. Don't be afraid of wasting star beads. We might have to go through another battle soon," Han Jiangxue said as she began to change her running route. "Another battle? Haven't we already shaken off the pursuers behind us?" "What battle?" "Xiaopi, give me 2 star beads and give us a blessing." Xia Yan's physique was much stronger than Jiang Zhao's, and she was much faster than him. Hence, she soon caught up with them. "Aren't we going to take a break?" Jiang Zhao asked while casting blessings on the 2 of them to restore their vitality and warm up everyone's bodies. "Can't you tell what your sister wants to do from this direction?" Xia Yan chuckled with a hint of excitement in her eyes. "Your sister is going to make a fortune from the dead." "Make a fortune from the dead?" "Oh, right. That male awakened can't possibly go deep into the snowy forest in the southeast alone. He must have brought his teammates there, and they might have died on the way. Han Jiangxue is going." Chapter 39. Once the white ghouls find out that the 2 leaders are in trouble, they'll probably come back. Han Jiangxue crushed the star bead and continuously used her star technique, Barren Wind, to push the 2 of them forward quickly. The guardians who receive the distress signal may also rush here. We don't have much time. That group of people is very good at tracking the white ghouls. They won't pay attention to us for the time being. "I reckon they've already met up with the greedy helper," Xia Yan said, making Jiang Zhao feel much more at ease. "We have to hurry. The faster, the better," Han Jiangxue said while pushing everyone forward. Finally, they rushed back to the route of the white ghouls. It was extremely difficult not to leave any traces in the snow, especially for the hundreds of white ghouls. Especially for the army of hundreds of white ghouls. The place they passed was simply a mess. There were footprints everywhere in the snow forest. The trees were crooked and the branches were scattered. It was easy to track the white ghouls. However, the problem was that the number of white ghouls was too large. Even though the 3 of them had already reached the route, the road was too wide. Jiang Zhao suddenly realized a problem and said, "By the way, will there be star beads after the death of the awakened?" "Of course there is. From the moment you became an awakened, it means that you have already integrated into this bizarre world. Your head will also form a star bead," Han Jiangxue said as she carefully searched the surroundings, only to realize that it was a complete mess. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he said, "In that case, do the star beads in the heads of the awakened carry star techniques?" Hee. Xia Yan shook her head with a smile and said, "In theory, yes, but humans are different from other species. If the creatures of other dimensions are described as a cup of natural juice, humans would be a mixed drink filled with countless additives. The possibility of obtaining star techniques from human star beads is 0. Han Jiangxue sighed and nodded. Humans are not as pure as other creatures of other dimensions. From a racial point of view, humans do not have the distinctive characteristics of any creatures of other dimensions. Humans do not carry any star techniques. Xia Yan once again returned to her original position and quickly ran along the path. She explained, "To the white ghouls, we are also creatures of other dimensions in their eyes, but what star techniques do we carry?" Your sister is right. From the perspective of star techniques, humans do not have any outstanding racial characteristics. We don't have any star techniques that are born with. We can only obtain the star techniques of other creatures. So, even if an awakened has countless star techniques, you will definitely return empty-handed even if you try to absorb the star bead of that awakened. Such a situation has never happened before. Xia Yan shook her head decisively. Han Jiangxue said, "But that's also a good thing. This has prevented humans from killing each other. To a large extent, this has prevented humans from killing one-star beads." Xia Yan was consciously trying to please Han Jiangxue. If humans can absorb the star beads in the brains of their own kind and obtain star techniques, the world will really be in chaos. Star that. That star dragon star about the star Sue. Jiangxue said, Star have with that they are JH. It's not extremely small, it's 0. Xia Yin suddenly fixed her gaze on a tree and continued. Abandon your unrealistic fantasies. This is the conclusion that I've come to after countless experiments. Han Jiangxue also raised her head and saw half of an arm on the branch. She looked into the distance and saw the dripping blood and the snowy ground that had been trampled all over. He's been dismembered. He's only left with an arm, Xia Yin said with a sigh. Jiang Shao felt a chill run down his spine. If Han Jiangxue hadn't ordered them to lie down and hide, and instead led the team to flee, would they have been caught and dismembered too? Not necessarily. After all, they didn't attract as much hatred as this team did. Back the military backpack. Xia Yin suddenly stopped in her tracks and slid a few meters on the snowy ground before pointing at the camouflage backpack that was scattered on the ground. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses. Is it finally time for the exciting looting? In his line of sight, the camouflage backpack was already a little tattered and torn, and the water bottle, sleeping bag, and food inside were scattered all over the ground. Before Jiang Shao could go forward to loot the backpack, Han Jiangxue walked over and opened the coffin. She then threw the military backpack into the coffin. Hurry up, Han Jiangxue said as she scurried away with Xia Yin. Jiang Shao was speechless. When they were 300 meters away, Xia Yin saw the bloodstains again. She hurriedly chased after the bloodstains, only to see intestines all over the ground at the leftmost edge of the wide path. Jiang Shao felt his stomach churning. He was still too inexperienced after all. He had slaughtered plenty of white ghouls, but they were basically all gentlemanly. He would behead, stab their faces, and stab their hearts, but he had never cut open their stomachs. The scene was indeed a little gory. Over there, half of the body. Xia Yin seemed to be an emotionless, cold-blooded animal. When she saw half of a human corpse, she actually sounded a little excited. Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, what have these two girls experienced? Is picking up corpses already considered a normal activity? The people who have the confidence to break into the southeast route are definitely not weak. Although their star beads can't be used to extract star techniques, the star power contained in them is real and will help Xia Yin break through the middle of the nebulous stage. Han Jiangxue was more concerned about Jiang Shao after all. Although her voice was cold, her actions of explaining were very warm. So that's the case. Come to think of it, the two of them have been stuck in the middle of the nebula stage for a long time, and they need a star bead that contains majestic star power to break through. It's no wonder that they're so excited. There are star beads, there definitely are. Xia Yin scurried over, grabbed the head of the awakened, and threw it at Han Jiangxue. The head was not as neat as a normal decapitation. There was also a neck and a small part of his chest that was covered in blood and flesh. He looked extremely miserable and horrified. His eyes were widened, and his expression was filled with horror, as if he had experienced something in the last moment of his life. Han Jiangxue waved her hand, and the coffin opened again, after which the dismembered corpse disappeared and was thrown into the coffin. I'm so lucky that I didn't get eaten completely, Xia Yin said agitatedly as she sprinted along the route again. You may know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. The more he interacted with the two of them, the more Jiang Shao discovered how terrifying this world was. Usually, both Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were considered normal people. Besides, Jiang Shao had received their care and concern. Although Han Jiangxue was a little indifferent and Xia Yin was hot-tempered, they were still considered normal people. However, the actions of the two of them at this moment made Jiang Shao completely understand what the awakened profession was like. Or rather, what was this strange and dazzling world like? After all, Jiang Shao had only been in this world for a short period of time, and he had even less contact with this peculiar world. As an ordinary man who had transmigrated from the normal world, his consciousness had yet to connect with this world. Are you disappointed in me? Han Jiangxue's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Shao was so frightened that he shivered. He had just seen the horrifying face of the corpse. Without stopping, Jiang Shao thought about it and said, if we don't take it, the guardians will. The white ghouls will eat him too. That's a good reason to comfort yourself. Han Jiangxue quickened her pace and ran alongside Jiang Shao in the snow. She continued, "However, in essence, we're just plundering the corpses of our own kind to strengthen ourselves. It's better than letting his corpse be exposed in the wilderness. We can't let the white ghouls have it easy." Jiang Shao seemed to have figured it out. Hee. Han Jiangxue smiled and stopped talking. Han Jiangxue, what exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask. For the awakened, it's a luxury to end well from beginning to end. Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "I just want to tell you not to die. Otherwise, your head will be severed and your star beads will be taken away too. This world is not beautiful, at least not as beautiful as you think it is. The awakened only look glamorous on the surface. Any powerful person will have to step on a mountain of corpses to get to where they are." Han Jiangxue said in a deep voice, "In China, the powerful national violence and harsh punishments can deter the villains. The country has already done its best to protect the awakened and maintain social stability." Han Jiangxue said softly, "However, in the dimensional space, even if there's a team of guardians, they won't be able to monitor and control everything. This is the lowest level dimensional world, so it's still safe. In the future, we will enter all kinds of dimensional worlds. I just hope that you can stay vigilant and come into contact with them earlier. It's a good thing." Jiang Shao licked his lips and nodded silently. Today, he saw another side of Han Jiangxue and heard about the other side of the world. It was a very realistic lesson. Chapter 40. 2 days later, in the snowfield. "It's safe. Hurry and warm me up," Xiaoyan said to Jiang Shao while staring at the two of them who had scurried into the natural cave. Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave her a blessing. "Oh," Xiaoyan shuddered in comfort and said in a soft and trembling voice, "We're far enough from the battlefield. We can take a break." Han Jiangxue looked around and said, "There are traces of white ghouls. They should have gone out to hunt. Be careful." Okay, I'll listen to you. Hurry and open the bag." Xiaoyan rubbed her hands excitedly and looked at Han Jiangxue with a scorching gaze. The past 2 days had been too torturous for Xiaoyan to bear. Han Jiangxue glanced at Xiaoyan and shook her head helplessly. She then opened the space coffin and reached into it to search. She took out the half-torn military backpack and took out the scattered items. "Let's see if there's anything good." Xiaoyan hurriedly leaned over and squatted down to start looting. The excited expression on his face gradually stiffened. The military backpack was filled with wilderness survival items, and there was nothing valuable at all. Just like the military backpack that Jiang Shao was carrying, even the items were of the same standard. "There's not a single star bead? Don't these guys have any in stock?" Xiaoyan asked in displeasure. They encountered an unprecedented crisis, and it's possible that they absorbed all the star beads they had during their escape. Han Jiangxue analyzed calmly. Xiaoyan sat on the ground and scratched her short, curly, chestnut-colored hair. Looking distressed, she said, "Absorb the star bead of that awakened. Let's see if you can break through to the middle of the nebulous stage. From the perspective of the team's needs, you should take this star bead." Han Jiangxue looked like she was going by the book and seemed to have never been tempted at all. She simply took out the corpse that was half covered in ice and snow. Jiang Shao leaned over and finally had the time to size up the awakened. It was an adult male who was about 40 years old and had a horrifying expression on his face. He had a full beard and looked extremely chubby. He seemed to be leading a good life. He might be an awakened with a long-range output. Xiaoyan forgot to come over and looked at his chubby face. She said in disdain, "No melee awakened would be able to eat like this. He's obviously a master." Everyone knew that the upgrade of star power required physical strength. An awakened who was working hard to grow would definitely train himself crazily. The awakened might have been stuck at a certain stage of star power and could not advance no matter how hard he tried. Hence, he began to indulge himself. "Open it," Han Jiangxue said. "I hope the level of star power he's stuck in is higher." Xiaoyan had clearly analyzed the information and flipped the frozen corpse over. She then grabbed a dagger and skillfully pulled out the star bead from the awakened's brain. It was also Jiang Zhao's first time seeing human star beads. There was nothing shocking about it. It was just a star bead that was the size of a glass ball. It was no different from the white ghoul star beads and emitted a faint fluorescence. "Can I take a look?" Jiang Zhao asked. This was taken from a human corpse. Xia Yin extended her hand that was holding onto the star bead and looked at Jiang Zhao teasingly. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips in displeasure. He had been teased by Xia Yin several times in the past 2 days. Everyone needed to grow up, and it was inevitable. No one was born to be a cold and ruthless killer. Nurturing and environmental factors were extremely important. Jiang Zhao grabbed the bloodstained star bead, and at this moment, he froze on the spot. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue repeatedly stated that it was impossible to absorb any star techniques from human star beads. However, at this moment, a large amount of information suddenly surged into Jiang Zhao's mind. Star bead. Quality. Star techniques. 1. Green glow. Attacks the enemy. Increases the damage dealt by green glow and has a slight repelling effect. Brass quality. Upgradable. 2. Endurance. Passive star technique that increases one's own defense. Brass quality. Upgradable. Can be absorbed together. 3. Blessing. Slowly recovers the vitality of the target. Brass quality. Upgradable. 4. Decoy. Creates an illusion to confuse the enemy. Brass quality. Upgradable. Can be absorbed together. 5. Burning flame. Condenses flames to cover the body or equipment. Silver quality. Upgradable. 6. Bursting flames. Condenses fireballs to create explosions. Silver quality. Upgradable. Can be absorbed together. 7. Bell. Releases medical light to heal the target's body. Can be connected to multiple targets. Silver quality. Upgradable. 8. Imprint. Leaves an imprint on the target and guides the medical light to jump. Can be absorbed together. Gulp. Jiang Zhao swallowed his saliva and stared at the 2 women in a daze while holding onto the star bead. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue asked. Jiang Zhao was a little hesitant. "Xiaopi?" Xia Yin sat on the ground and slowly raised her head to look at Jiang Zhao with a pair of scorching eyes. "Is there anything you'd like to share with me?" Han Jiangxue knew that Jiang Zhao was not a greedy person. In the past, Han Jiangxue wouldn't have dared to guarantee that. However, ever since Han Jiangxue confessed to Jiang Zhao that the gold quality star bead that contained Sky Smasher was given to him by her parents, Jiang Zhao's feedback to her was exceptionally heartwarming. After such a long time, Han Jiangxue had also seen the changes in Jiang Zhao. At this moment, there was no need for a rookie in the Stardust stage to take the star bead. It wouldn't be of much use to Jiang Zhao and would instead waste a lot of star power. Why is Jiang Zhao so shameless to say something like that? Jiang Zhao was still a little hesitant. Han Jiangxue realized that something was amiss and waved at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao walked over, and the 2 of them walked to the entrance of the cave. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue asked softly. Jiang Zhao thought about it and found a reason. "I feel that this star bead contains a medical star technique." Han Jiangxue was a little bewildered. "Huh? I'm serious." Jiang Zhao knew that what he said was too bizarre, but he couldn't tell Han Jiangxue that he had an internal star map. "You can extract star techniques from human star beads? That's not good news for the other awakened," Han Jiangxue said calmly. Hearing her words, Jiang Zhao was stunned. Star power could be extracted from human star beads, which would be attractive to the awakened. However, if star techniques could be extracted from human star beads, the attractiveness would increase by tens of thousands of times. The reason why the world was still relatively stable was due to the fact that star techniques could not be extracted from human star beads. If Jiang Zhao were to break the shackles, however, it turned out that Jiang Zhao could really break the shackles. The internal star map provided Jiang Zhao with infinite possibilities. "No, I can't feel other star techniques. I'm just extremely sensitive to medical star techniques," Jiang Zhao said softly. "When I said that my star techniques could be upgraded, you didn't believe me either." Han Jiangxue remained silent for a while before continuing to ask, Can you only absorb star techniques from star beads? What about the rest? Well, that's a problem. Han Jianxue once asked, what do humans have? Indeed, humans did not have star techniques, but they were born with star maps. Jiang Shao, can I absorb star maps from human star beads? Chapter 41. Hey, you two. What are you whispering to each other for? Xia Yin exclaimed in displeasure as she stared at the siblings in the distance. Han Jianxue put a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and brought him back into the cave. She said, you can totally trust Xia Yin like how you trust me. In fact, being an awakened isn't safe. If something happens to me one day, she'll be the only person you can rely on in this world. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Why did she suddenly say that? Xia Yin was stunned too. She stared at Han Jianxue and asked, why are you telling your brother this? Han Jianxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and tilted her head towards Xia Yin. That's her star bead. Jiang Shao hesitated for a while before saying, I can sense the medical star technique in this star bead. Xia Yin's eyes widened slightly. What do you mean? Literal meaning. Jiang Shao shrugged. Xia Yin asked, can you extract star techniques from human star beads? Jiang Shao answered, I don't know, I want to try. I've really found someone to rely on. Xia Yin leaned back and looked into Jiang Zhao's eyes with a burning gaze. I'm just extremely sensitive to medical star techniques. I hope you can let me try. Jiang Shao said frantically. I know, I relied on the two of you to get to where I am today. I will also work hard to complete the task that you've given me and become a member of the team so that we can become a closely connected community of interests, Jiang Shao said from another perspective and said something that was more realistic and useful. Xia Yin placed her hands on her hips and looked at Jiang Shao before sighing softly. Oh, Xiaopi, Xiaopi, I hope you can acquire any star techniques other than medical star techniques. Are there any other medical creatures of other dimensions in Beijiang? Jiang Shao asked. Xia Yin frowned and began to ponder. Han Jianxue answered without thinking at all. She seemed to have done her homework and had already come up with a plan for what Jiang Shao would need in the future. Han Jianxue said, Lava Ghoul Witch. Yes, it's the only conventional medical creatures of other dimensions. Xia Yin nodded and continued, there are some dimensional space gates in the volcanoes over at the 5 pools, and there are such creatures inside. My star techniques, Burning Flame and Bursting Flames, were obtained there. Jiang Shao asked, Lava Ghoul Witch? Xia Yin nodded and said, yes, Lava Ghoul Witches. They're very disgusting creatures, and their star techniques are very effective when it comes to healing their companions. Besides, they can heal a large group of lava ghouls at a time. Group medical star technique? Jiang Shao asked to confirm again. Yes, the condensed rays of medical light are connected from one lava ghoul to another, just like spiders that can form a healing web. The healing effect is very obvious. Xia Yin seemed to have realized something and asked with interest, what do you mean? I can feel that it contains a medical star technique, but it's different from the white ghoul witch's blessing star technique. So, I wanted to ask if there are any medical creatures in our hometown. Jiang Shao shrugged. Well, you can't think of it that way. This awakened seems to be in his 40s. He's inevitably the kind of person who has traveled extensively. There are many medical creatures in China. If it's a low-quality medical star technique that isn't too powerful, you only have 9 star slots. Han Jianxue seemed a little worried. He can upgrade the quality of his star technique. What are you afraid of? Xia Yin interrupted Han Jianxue's concerns and said, look at his upgraded green glow. The difference between it and the brass quality green glow is so obvious. That's true. Han Jianxue nodded, seemingly deep in thought. If it's the Lava Ghoul Witch's bell, it'll be ideal. After all, it's a group medical star technique. It's really called Bell? What's going on with this internal star map? Is the information given exactly the same as what the general public calls it? Bell? Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment. When the medical light is connected to a target's body, it will make a crisp and melodious ring. Every time it connects to a target, it will ring once. The sound is very pleasing to the ear, Han Jianxue explained. Xia Yin pursed her lips and seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories. She said in displeasure, "Come on, pleasing to the ear? My head hurts when I hear that sound. This star technique is so disgusting." Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yin pitifully. Only the two of them knew what that gaze meant. From the looks of it, the two of them had an unpleasant experience in that dimensional space. "Absorb it, Xiaopi. Let me have an eye-opener." Xia Yin turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "If it really succeeds, I'll have a strong teammate. It's been so many years, but others have always been the ones who cozy up to me. It's so annoying." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan's long and beautiful legs and suddenly said, "Actually, I want to hug you too, but I'm afraid that you won't let me." Xia Yan froze for a moment and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. "Can I kick him?" Han Jiangxue answered calmly, "You're his teacher now. Do as you please." "Okay." Xia Yan nodded and glared at Jiang Shao fiercely. "Hurry up and absorb it. Don't dawdle. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, the amount of training will be doubled in the future. What's the saying again? Yes, a filial son is born of discipline." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "Is she taking advantage of me? I have to regain my pride." Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and asked, "Sister?" "A teacher for a day, a father for life," Han Jiangxue answered calmly. "Yes, I'm his father." Xia Yin nodded solemnly. Mother asterisk her. Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave her a blessing. Xia Yin muttered, "Okay." Xia Yin basked in the holy light comfortably and felt extremely comfortable. Her body trembled gently as she enjoyed the beauty of the spring breeze in March. At this moment of languid enjoyment, she seemed to have heard the faint and crisp sounds of bells coming from heaven. Ding ring ring, a white ray of light condensed in Jiang Zhao's hand and connected to Xia Yan's body across the distance of more than a meter. The sincere ray of light didn't seem to want to stop and was still searching for signs of life around it. It then connected to Han Jiangxue, who was beside Xia Yan, before turning around and rushing back into Jiang Zhao's body. Xia Yan opened her eyes abruptly and stared at the ray of medical light that was constantly shuttling around the three of them, feeling extremely astonished. In Jiang Zhao's internal star map, the third star slot suddenly lit up and emitted a dazzling silver ray of light. In the star technique section, there were not only 2 additional star techniques, but the star techniques that Jiang Shao originally carried had also been upgraded. Blessing, brass quality, level 5, decoy, brass quality, level 5, green glow, silver quality, level 3, 4/10, endurance, silver quality, level 3, 4/10, bell, silver quality, level 1, imprint, silver quality, level 1. Even the strongest awakened would at most have 4-star beads and 4-star techniques when they were in the Stardust stage. However, Jiang Shao already had 6-star techniques. Each star slot contained 2-star techniques in 1-star slot. However, Jiang Shao did not choose to absorb Burning Flame and Bursting Flames. Logically speaking, those 2-star techniques with fire elements were also very practical. In the wilderness, lighting a fire and warming up the body were both very practical skills. Besides, he could also add flames to his weapons. However, Jiang Shao had 2 few-star slots. Hence, when faced with 2 silver quality star techniques that belonged to the same star slot, Jiang Shao resisted the urge to absorb them together. The sad thing was that Jiang Zhao's star map did not change at all. "It seems that I can't absorb star maps from human star beads. Can't expand the star slot?" Han Jiangxue asked softly. "Tell me, is it what I think it is?" Jiang Shao smiled and nodded, after which the Big Dipper star map appeared on his body. The third silver star slot was dazzling and eye-catching. "Yes, 2-star techniques in 1 star, bell, and imprint." Xia Yin sighed and continued, "I really don't know if I should feel lucky for the medical awakened or feel sad for you. You only have 9-star slots." "Oh, so it's called imprint. In the future, before the battle begins, I can leave an imprint on you guys in advance so that I won't accidentally heal the enemy." Han Jiangxue asked. This ray of medical light shuttled through the 3 of us twice just now. Can this ray of light be controlled? Chapter 42. After absorbing the human star bead, Jiang Shao could be considered to have made a huge profit. As silver quality star techniques, Bell and Imprint required 10 star beads of the same type or 100 skill points to upgrade. Jiang Shao pondered for a long time and finally understood the logic behind it. The white ghoul star beads and white ghoul, which star beads that Jiang Shao absorbed required 10 brass quality star beads of the same type, because their star techniques were of brass quality. However, after green glow and endurance were upgraded to silver quality, 100 brass quality star beads or 100 skill points would be required. On the other hand, Bell and Imprint were silver quality star techniques that skipped brass quality. Hence, they required 10 silver quality star beads of the same type. However, if you were to rely on skill points instead of star beads, 100 skill points would still be required. In other words, 10 skill points equals 10 brass quality star beads equals 1 silver quality star bead. After continuous experiments, Jiang Shao discovered that there was a huge difference between Blessing and Bell. The White Ghoul Witch's Blessing would slowly restore the vitality of the target. The vitality could be considered all-encompassing and could be used to treat physical conditions such as nausea, vomiting, and physical discomfort. It could also restore the target's strength. Similarly, it also had a certain healing effect. It could be considered a godly star technique in the early stages. However, the Lava Ghoul Witch's Bell star technique only had a single effect, and that was to heal the physical injuries suffered by the target. Besides, the effects were rather obvious. On the way back to the city, Jiang Shao once experimented with a decapitated white ghoul. The white ghoul's head was severed by Xia Yin, and its neck was separated from its head, causing large amounts of blood to flow out. Jiang Shao directly used the Bell Star technique on the lonely head, after which flesh and blood began to grow slowly from the neck that had been cut off. Although the speed of the flesh and blood growing was slow, it was visible to the naked eye. In the end, after Jiang Zhao's star power was depleted and he released 10 silver quality Bell Star techniques, the lonely head stopped bleeding because a layer of flesh had already grown on its neck. It's disgusting. In the end, the trio decided to go home. They were running out of time. If they didn't go back now, they wouldn't be able to make it to the second half of the military training. Jiang Zhao's task was also very arduous. He had to blend in with the Year 1 class within 4 to 5 days and eventually be selected to represent his class. It didn't matter if they won the first place in the team competition. What mattered was that Jiang Shao had displayed his great value. Of course, it would be even better if they won first place in the team competition. Whether it was a freshman or a sophomore, as long as they won the team competition, they would be qualified to challenge the school bully. The so-called school tyrant was not a single person, but a team. At this moment, the school tyrants of Jiangbin High School were the team that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were in. If the Year 1 and Year 2 students managed to defeat the school tyrants, they would be rewarded handsomely, and the school would reward them with some high-quality star beads as encouragement. However, that was an unrealistic fantasy. If Jiang Shao was a hothead, he might be insufferably arrogant and eager to try it out. However, after being on the same mission with Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue for so long, Jiang Shao knew that it would be extremely difficult to defeat them. Not to mention, Han Jiangxue might even announce Jiang Zhao's death sentence as soon as they met. Sky Smasher plus Baron Wind. Jiang Shao probably wouldn't even have a chance to attack. For the Year 1 and Year 2 students, such a challenge was not a battle to obtain rewards and glory. To put it bluntly, it was a battle to let them know that there were always better people out there. The school was using such a method to make the freshmen more spirited and motivated, and also to encourage them to work hard in cultivation. Of course, if one couldn't even withstand such a blow and was defeated by the Year 3 school tyrants, that would be even better. It was a good thing to recognize oneself as soon as possible. The awakened who were so fragile would have to quit as soon as possible. After all, once they left school, the dangers they faced would increase by thousands of times. Xiaoyan also explained to Jiang Shao the star power and star techniques of the remaining 2 teammates in her team. Unsurprisingly, The two boys were both in the middle of the nebulous stage. Xia Yin focused on explaining the strength of Gao Junwei. His star map was a sword, similar to the Tang sword, with 25 star slots. There were 2 brass quality star techniques, 3 silver quality ones, and 1 gold quality one. The brass quality star techniques were green glow and endurance. There were also 2 silver quality star techniques that overlapped with Xia Yan's, namely burning flame and bursting flames. They must have been obtained in the dimensional space around the volcanoes. The remaining silver quality star technique was rather interesting. It should be a star technique given to him by his family. It was called charging. It sounded like an auxiliary star technique, but in fact it was a divine star technique that could be used for output. Gao Junwei was good with his bare hands, and his Tang sword technique was even more powerful. During battles, the charging star technique would be able to exert great effects. Be it his fists, legs, or the Tang sword, Gao Junwei could condense the power of thunder and lightning on them. When he punched or slashed with his sword, the thunder and lightning would be overflowing. Not only would it cause great damage, but it would also cause the target to feel numb and unable to move for a short period of time. The gold quality star technique was called Roar of Fear. This was a truly godly skill that was hard to come by. Although the gold quality star technique consumed a lot of star power, and Gao Junwei could not use it more than a few times, it would be enough even if he could only use it once. In particular, when facing creatures of other dimensions, the Roar of Fear would make a considerable number of low-level creatures of other dimensions tremble in fear, lose all their fighting spirit, and flee in all directions. It was a perfect star technique that could save one's life and turn the tide of a battle. Gao Junwei's family had spent a huge sum of money and done a lot of favors to purchase those star beads. The star beads did contain star techniques, but it was not something that could be successfully absorbed just because one wanted to. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao asked Xia Yin in bewilderment, "Isn't Gao Junwei in the nebulous stage? How did he obtain a gold-quality star technique? Didn't you tell me that one has to at least reach the galaxy stage in order to obtain a gold-quality star technique?" Rumor has it that his family has spent a lot of money for this gold-quality star technique. Who knows how many gold-quality star beads he has absorbed? Xia Yin said with a sarcastic smile on her face. Although Gao Junwei was a genius with 25 star slots, his star power was limited after all, and it was almost impossible for him to acquire a gold-quality star technique. However, that was the outcome. He had succeeded. Regardless of whether his family had gone bankrupt or not, Gao Junwei was really domineering at this moment. Gao Junwei was completely different from Han Jiangxue. She succeeded in absorbing the gold-quality star technique, Sky Smasher, on the first try, not only because she was talented, but also because of luck. Of course, logically speaking, Han Jiangshue's qualifications were much higher than Gao Junwei's. Although Han Jiangxue only had 5 more star slots than Gao Junwei. For an awakened, each additional star slot would result in a drastic change in qualifications. Perhaps an awakened with 16 star slots was not much better than an awakened with 15 star slots. However, an awakened with 30 star slots was much stronger than an awakened with 29 star slots. Chapter 43. Gao Junwei was a typical melee awakened who was skilled in martial arts and Tang swords. He could use burning flames to cover his entire body or the Tang swords to cause continuous damage to awakened who had yet to master Fire Series star techniques. He could use charging in melee combat and be successful in every endeavor. He could use the star technique, bursting flames, to release explosive fireballs. He could also roar and stand straight. It could be said that his abilities were balanced. At least in high school, he did not have any obvious weaknesses. Gao Junwei had already become the most handsome guy in school with his tall figure and handsome looks. Coupled with his powerful abilities and wealthy family, he became the idol in the eyes of the girls in school. However, one could not judge a person's true nature. Both Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue wanted to kick the selfish and sinister member out of the team. What happened during the previous team mission was unforgettable. In particular, the conflict between Gao Junwei and another member, Li Wei, was completely irreconcilable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that although the two of them were teammates in name, they had already become sworn enemies. To Jiang Zhao's amazement, neither of them left the team even though their relationship had deteriorated. Instead, they were still teammates. Jiang Zhao didn't think that the two high school students would be able to endure the humiliation during such an insolent and ignorant time. He reckoned that it might be the result of the game between their families. According to Xia Yin, Jiang Zhao's target was the handsome Gao Junwei. He would use the most unexpected method to defeat him and join Xia Yan's team with the precious identity of a medical awakened so that no one would be able to find fault with him. Jiang Zhao agreed to her request. Of course, Jiang Zhao was not a fool, and he knew the consequences of doing so. If he succeeded in replacing Gao Junwei in front of everyone, he would undoubtedly cause trouble for himself and make enemies. In fact, he might even turn Gao Junwei's family against him. However, Jiang Zhao felt that it was necessary to do so when he thought about the sacrifices that Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue had made for him and Han Jiangxue's future. Gao Junwei's family was not a big one either. His family was slightly more powerful than Xia Yan's. His mother seemed to be working in a special team, while his father was a businessman. Although his business was huge, he was just an ordinary person. In this world, most people were mediocre and came from ordinary families. According to Jiang Zhao and the others' current abilities, the chances of encountering a hidden expert or a powerful family would be similar to striking the jackpot. In other words, how could the descendants of the truly ancient and powerful families enter Jiangbin High School to study? How could Li Wei and Gao Junwei fight against each other? In that case, Li Wei would have long disappeared from this world. The journey back was silent except for a small interlude. After encountering a lone white ghoul hunter, Xia Yin did not attack and instead asked Han Jiangxue to take the corpse out of the coffin. Jiang Zhao watched as the sexy and beautiful Xia Yin threw the corpse of the medical awakened to the white ghouls, as if she was feeding it to her kittens and puppies. The white ghouls did not hold back and ate all the fat meat in their mouths. It was an eye-opener for Jiang Zhao to see the means of destroying the corpses. It was hard for Jiang Zhao to describe Xia Yin as ruthless, but her every move was constantly refreshing his understanding of her. This world was just too interesting. It was the beginning of September. Even though Beijing was located in the northernmost part of China and had a higher dimension, the weather was still hot due to the abnormal climate in recent years. Jiang Zhao, who had returned to Earth, really felt like he had been away for a lifetime. In fact, he couldn't even stand the bright sunlight and the clear sky. At this moment, Jiang Zhao, whose clothes were in tatters, stood at the entrance of the Jiannan town government like a lunatic with his head raised, eyes closed, and arms open, as if he was hugging the sun. The soldiers on both sides looked at the young man in disheveled clothes silently, without any hint of mockery or ridicule in their eyes. On the contrary, they saw Jiang Zhao, who looked like a savage, and began to look at him in a different light. On that young and inexperienced face, the soldiers saw traces of hardships. How long has this kid been training in the snowfield? Facing the ferocious white ghouls every day and night in such a harsh environment where his life was constantly threatened was indeed a little cruel for a young child. After walking out of the dim world, Jiang Zhao felt the beauty of life. The fresh air, warm sunlight, and even the scorching heat were hundreds of times better than the cold temperature in the snowfield. It was better to die of heat than to freeze to death. It was better to die of bloating than to starve to death. You didn't even change your clothes or take a shower. Instead, you're standing under the sun in your winter clothes. Have you been spoiled by me? Xia Yin chuckled coquettishly behind him, seemingly in a good mood. Jiang Zhao turned around and saw Xia Yan's smiling face, as well as her youthful and beautiful urban attire. She was wearing a white V-neck t-shirt and a pair of blue denim hot pants. Her fair and slender legs were exposed, and she was wearing sandals. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower, her face was flushed and her chestnut-colored short, curly hair was still a little damp. Under the breeze, her hair was a little messy, but it added a touch of charm and allure to her. The moment Jiang Xiao turned around, he fixed his gaze on her t-shirt. This woman is so fierce. Where are you looking? My eyes are here, Xiaoyan said as she kicked Jiang Zhao's buttocks and gestured at her eyes with 2 fingers. Jiang Xiao rubbed his buttocks and sighed. After living in the snowfield for a long time, even the white ghouls have delicate features, let alone you. Rascal, how dare you compare me to those ugly fellows? Xiaoyan immediately flew into a rage and kicked him again. Why did Jiang Xiao fall in the same place twice? He dodged it easily, and the sandals on Xiaoyan's feet flew out too. Coincidentally, the exquisite sandals hit the face of the soldier who was standing guard. The soldier did not move at all and looked straight ahead like a statue, as if nothing had happened. Xiaoyan propped herself up with 1 foot on the ground and covered her mouth with 1 hand. Sorry. Xiaoyan then glared at Jiang Xiao fiercely and said, Hurry up and pick it up. Jiang Xiao chuckled and asked, Are you dreaming? Xiaoyan said, You, behind him. Han Jiangxue, who had washed up and changed her clothes, also walked out. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was bullying him, she said angrily, Stop fooling around. Let's go. Xiaoyan said, Okay. Why didn't you change your clothes? Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao with a frown. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's clothes were tattered like a savage, and there were even dried bloodstains on them. His buzz cut had grown much longer, but fortunately, his body had yet to mature. Otherwise, he would probably have a stubble. Oh, I'll go change. Jiang Xiao was eager to enjoy the sunlight. Ever since he came out of the snowfield, he had been standing there and hugging the sun like a lunatic. Don't change, let's go. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, Go home and change your clothes, wash up, and then get a haircut. I'll send you to school in the afternoon. Send me to school. Chapter 44. Jiangbin City, Huayuan Estate. As soon as Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue returned home, they split the loot. Han Jiangxue took out a large handful of star beads from the coffin and carefully left a portion for Xiaoyan. She then carefully selected 2 white ghoul witch star beads and handed them to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked at the $400,000 in his hand and felt extremely emotional. Damn, I must grow quickly and go to the dimensional space to kill more high-quality rare star beads. I'll sell a few of them, and it'll be enough for me to live a lifetime. It's no wonder that so many people want to become awakened. It's really easy to earn money. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had a natural advantage because they could enter some of the dimensional spaces in Beijiang for free. The entrance ticket to the snowfield cost $50,000. There was no way to hide it. The snowfield that was developed and controlled by the officials was just an amusement park for the rich. It had nothing to do with ordinary civilians and families. Han Jiangxue watched with anticipation as Jiang Xiao absorbed the white ghoul witch star beads. However, in his internal star map, Blessing and Decoy had just reached brass quality level 7. He still needed 3 more star beads to upgrade their quality. Han Jiangxue was a little disappointed about that. On one hand, silver quality Blessing was rarer and more convincing. Not only could it increase Jiang Zhao's combat power, but it could also show his potential to the school. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue was really afraid that Jiang Zhao's star technique would suddenly be upgraded. As awakened, their curriculum was different from that of ordinary children. They had plenty of practical lessons. If Jiang Zhao's well-known brass quality star technique suddenly became a silver quality star technique during a practical lesson, how would he explain it? At this moment, Jiang Xiao was also a little hesitant. He still had 4 skill points, which were enough to upgrade Blessing and Decoy to silver quality. However, he also wanted to save the skill points for the upgrade of star power. He knew that there were a few checkpoints for each level of star power. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had already reached the Stardust stage. In the future, when he reached level 5, 8, and 9, it would be much easier to upgrade with skill points. Jiang Xiao really couldn't bear to part with it and fell in a deep thought. When the siblings were splitting the loot at home, Xia Yin, who had just parted ways with them, rushed over and knocked on the door. To copy Han Jiangxue opened the door in displeasure, and Xia Yin, who was right in front of her, gave her a slap on the cheek before lunging at Jiang Xiao angrily. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and frantically jumped to the side. However, he didn't expect Xia Yin to be relentless. Han Jiangxue watched as Xia Yin quickly subdued Jiang Xiao. After a few rounds, she used a simple and practical method to pin Jiang Xiao's arms behind his back and kick him into his bedroom. Xia Yin. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but ask. Wait a minute. Xia Yin walked into Jiang Xiao's room and slammed the door shut. Jiang Xiao rubbed his butt and looked at Xia Yin in bewilderment. Xia Yin's voice was extremely soft, and she seemed to have squeezed it out through her teeth. I only found out today who the saying love is separated by mountains and seas. The mountains and seas cannot be leveled as meant for. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before recalling the series of actions he had taken before entering the snowfield. The case was solved? Something's not right. Shouldn't you be ashamed? Why do you have the cheek to flare up? Jiang Xiao said. If you lay your hands on me again, I'll tell Han Jiangxue all your tricks and let her know how you're acting. You jerk. Xia Yin paced back and forth in Jiang Xiao's small room with a furious expression. She spoke extremely softly, and every word was squeezed out through her teeth. My dad actually thinks that I'm mentally ill. Jiang Xiao blinked. He thinks that I really like you. So he directed and acted to satisfy his own fantasies by constantly using your Weibo account to confess his love to me. He actually told me that if I really wanted to, I could make friends with you and let you marry into our family. Although you're a little mischievous, he said that he would help me teach you a good lesson. Xia Yin looked like she was going crazy. Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely interesting, and he thought, what a qualified father. Thank you, father-in-law, for your assistance. Jiang Xiao sat on the ground with his back against the bed and tilted his head to look at Xia Yin, who was on the verge of breaking down. He asked, Sis, are you in love? Xia Yin froze for a moment, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Jiang Xiao in disbelief. At the next moment, she kicked him. Hey, don't kick me. I'm a goddess now. If you hurt me, who are you going to cozy up to in the future? Jiang Xiao asked while hugging his head and squatting down, begging for mercy. Mischievous? Who asked you to be mischievous? Han Jiangxue stood outside the door for more than 10 minutes and overheard the conversation inside. Na, Yixing, acting, bao, washimi? As the sounds gradually stopped, Han Jiangxue perked up. Kacha! The door of Jiang Zhao's room opened and Xia Yin strode out. She adjusted her breathing and smiled at Han Jiangxue reluctantly. Han Jiangxue asked, What's the matter? Xia Yin's chest heaved up and down violently as she combed her messy, chestnut-colored hair. Her cheeks were rosy and extremely alluring. I asked my family, but they didn't receive any white ghoul witch star beads. I'm sorry. That's good. I don't have to be conflicted about whether I should accept such a valuable star bead or not, Han Jiangxue said. You're wrong. I'm doing this for my own good too. Let's think of another way. Xia Yin shook her head helplessly. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded. I'll be going first. There's something I need to do. Xia Yin then quickly left the siblings' house. Unable to contain her curiosity, Han Jiangxue pushed open the door of Jiang Zhao's room. She saw Jiang Xiao lying on the floor with a lifeless expression while staring at the ceiling. Han Jiangxue asked softly, Xiaopi, what happened? Jiang Xiao felt that Han Jiangxue was concerned about him, and he became much more serious. After some thought, he thought about how to phrase his words and felt that it would be better not to let Han Jiangxue know about Xia Yan's prank, so as to avoid unnecessary conflict between the two of them. Jiang Xiao said, Nothing much. I was just joking with her. Girls tend to be shy and hence, she took revenge on me. Look at me, I didn't get hurt. It was just a small fight. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded, thinking that it wouldn't be a big deal. Change your clothes and go get a haircut. Jiang Xiao was extremely resentful about this. Not only did she send me to school, She even wants to accompany me to get a haircut. Oh my, are you that worried about me? How could I get into trouble in just 10 minutes when I get a haircut? The old man in the barber shop was very enthusiastic and talkative, which made Jiang Xiao feel much better. Jiang Xiao and the old man chatted for a long time about their car repair experiences. With the old man's years of car repair skills, Jiang Xiao managed to get a clean and neat buzz cut. There was no need for Jiang Xiao's hairstyle to be styled. In fact, he didn't even have any requirements for the hairdresser. He simply held onto the hairdresser and said, "Just push it. Ha! There's a beauty tip here." The old man put down the hairdresser and touched Jiang Xiao's forehead. He then picked up the razor and said, "It's not round at all. Shave it." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao looked in the mirror and touched the beauty tip that had already disappeared. The old man's razor was indeed good. The buzz cut seemed rather decent. "You look much more energetic." Han Jiangxue put down the magazine in her hand and looked at Jiang Xiao in the mirror. "Let's go." Han Jiangxue then put down 10 yuan. "Let's go then. Go to school?" The thought of going to school made Jiang Xiao's head swell. Am I going to have to work from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day again? Chapter 45. Don't fight with your classmates in school. Keep a low profile, Han Jiangxue, who was seated in the passenger seat, said, making Xia Yin overjoyed. Ever since Xia Yin ravaged Jiang Xiao in his room, she was clearly in a much better mood. Jiang Xiao sat in the back seat and leaned his elbows on the window frame while looking at the world outside. After so many years, he was going to school again. Jiangbin High School doesn't only have awakened students like us. There are also many ordinary students. Regardless of what kind of students they are, children of this age are usually very competitive and jealous. It'll always be good for you to keep a low profile, Han Jiangxue said. After a long while, she did not receive a response. Han Jiangxue reached out and adjusted the angle of the rearview mirror on the roof of the car. "Hey, I can't see the road at the back," Xia Yin said frantically. "Look at the rearview mirrors on both sides then," Han Jiangxue said coldly. Han Jiangxue answered coldly. She then raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Zhao's lifeless expression through the rearview mirror. Han Jiangxue asked softly, "Are you annoyed?" Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and frantically said, "No, I'm a little distracted." "Okay," Han Jiangxue answered casually and stopped talking. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth and thought about it for a long time before saying, "By the way, let me tell you guys that my blessing star technique has already reached silver quality." Screech. The heavy Land Rover slammed on the brakes. Xia Yin turned around and stared at Jiang Xiao with glistening eyes. "Really?" Jiang Xiao looked out of the window and sighed softly. Women." Xia Yin was speechless. At about 17 p.m., the car slowly stopped at the school gate. As soon as Jiang Xiao got out of the car, he heard a song that sounded like ghosts wailing. Jiang Xiao heard a few lyrics in the song, which was almost flat. He then realized that it was "Unity is strength." Jiang Xiao curiously walked to the gate and looked inside, only to see that the children were dressed in green military uniforms and singing loudly. They were standing in a neat formation and singing to the canteen. The old man at the entrance of the canteen was sitting on a chair leisurely while fanning himself with one hand. He seemed to be enjoying the sight of the crying children. "Let's go and report." Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Why don't I report myself?" Jiang Xiao suggested. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment and pondered for a while before saying, "Okay, Xia Yin and I will go in first. Go straight to the 4th floor of teaching block A and look for Mr. Gao. He knows that you're coming." "Xiaopi, Xiaopi." Xia Yin grabbed Han Jiangxue's arm and blew him a kiss. "You're the best. I'll wait for you in year 3 of high school." Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. Senior 3. Senior 3. Milk leg. What had he done after coming to this bizarre world? Struggling to survive in a world of ice and snow, then returning to school and directly skipping a grade to year 3? As for the courses, if he thought about it carefully, he should be able to catch up if he studied hard. However, The learning intensity of Year 3 was completely different from that of Year 1 and Year 2. Should they activate Hell Mode? Why didn't I reincarnate into a university student? Life was really interesting. Awakened ones also had to take the college entrance exam. Any higher education institution had a high requirement for cultural subjects. The difference was that there was also a special practical subject for the college entrance exam for the awakened. Of course, if one's goal was not a higher education institution, but an ordinary high school, one wouldn't have to live such a tiring life. There was a reason why it was called a higher education institution. Be it in terms of resources or opportunities, higher education institutions were much better than ordinary colleges. Schools, regions, and various other factors were all affecting the future development of a child. If Jiang Xiao didn't care about his pride, he wouldn't be afraid that no one would want him in the future, given his identity as a medical awakened. Face this thing. Should I accept it or not? Okay, let fate decide. He revealed his identity to the school guard and swore to the gate that he wasn't a gangster who followed the two girls. The school guard was rather impressive and didn't trap Jiang Xiao at the door. Hence, he finally let Jiang Xiao in. Teaching block, it was easy to find. There are only 2 teaching blocks in Jiangbin High School. The Year 1 and 2 students were in the one near the school gate, which was the so-called Teaching Block A. The Year 3 students were in Teaching Block B. They had to cross the field, the dormitory, and the mountains and rivers before they could see Teaching Block B, which was hidden in the deep mountains and forests. Jiang Xiao went straight to the 4th floor and found Mr. Gao in the office. Mr. Gao was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. He was 173 centimeters tall and had tan skin. He wore a pair of frameless glasses, which made him look more cultured. You're Jiang Xiaopi? That kid from the Medical Awakened? Gao sized Jiang Xiao up with a look of disbelief. That seemed to be a common problem among teachers. They would look at any student with suspicion. They would be skeptical of everything the student said. Jiang Xiao made up his mind that he had to do well in the exams so that he could at least change the teacher's attitude towards him. As for gift-giving, Jiang Xiao did not have the means to do so. He did not have any source of income. And after Han Jiangxue stopped him from becoming a barefoot doctor, he could only sell the corpses of white ghouls to earn 100 or 200 yuan. Earning a lot of money seemed to be a matter for the future. Besides, he would always go on missions with Han Jiangxue. Hence, the money from the white ghoul corpses would naturally be given to Han Jiangxue. Although Jiang Xiao did not earn money, Jiang Xiao could spend money, yes. Jiang Zhao's face was filled with obedience. Did you miss your registration time and military training because you went to the snowfield for training? Mr. Gao sat on the chair and knocked on the desk with one hand, seemingly doubtful of the world. Training? You just don't want to go through military training, right? These kids nowadays can tell 3 lies in a single sentence. After all, Han Jiangxue had directly asked for leave from the principal, while Mr. Gao had merely received a message from his superior. Yes, Jiang Xiao said obediently. Show me your star map, Mr. Gao requested. Jiang Xiao activated his star power, and a beautiful star map appeared on his body. The star power of the Stardust stage was still in the shape of dust, and the starlight dyed the star map and connected the 9 star slots. The first 3 of the 9 star slots were embedded with 3 silver quality star beads that were emitting a faint glow. Gao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, Gao had an interesting expression on his face, and he didn't know if he was shocked or regretful. Only 9 star slots? He's a 1 in 100 medical awakened. Imbecile? Wow, he's impressive. In the end, Jiang Xiao still used 3 skill points on the white ghoul, which star technique. At this moment, his blessing and endurance star techniques had just been upgraded to silver quality. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Zhao's blessing star technique would remain in the silver quality for a long period of time in the future. If he really obtained white ghoul, which star beads in the future, he would be able to absorb them normally and not have to worry about the trouble caused by the sudden upgrade of the quality. Besides, at the current stage where his physical fitness and star power had skyrocketed, Jiang Xiao could rely on his own efforts to increase the total amount of star power, but his star techniques could not be improved. At any rate, Jiang Shao entered school with his star techniques. Hence, Gao Aimin asked, what star techniques are they? In Gao Aimin's mind, he had already guessed Jiang Zhao's star techniques. What else could there be? It's just that they're all silver quality star techniques that can be bought in the market. To his surprise, Jiang Zhao's words made Gao Aimin completely dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, blessing, green glow, and bell. Gao Aimin asked in a daze, blessing and green glow are both brass quality. Why do you have 3 silver quality star techniques? Jiang Shao took out the excuse that he had already prepared and said, my parents left them to me. All of a sudden, Gao Aimin's expression changed and he became much kinder. Your surname is Jiang. Who are your parents? That's too damn realistic, isn't it? They went on a mission 3 years ago, and their whereabouts are unknown, Jiang Shao answered without mentioning his parents' names. Who took you to the snowfield to train then? Gao Aimin continued to ask. Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao thought about it and added, my sister, Han Jiangxue's younger brother. The Han family of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Did you take your mother's surname? Gao Aimin finally calmed down, but he sighed regretfully and said, it's a pity that you only have 9-star slots. Gao Aimin was immediately a little confused and thought, damn it, aren't you an imbecile with low qualifications and potential with only 9-star slots? What kind of luck do you have to be able to acquire 3 silver quality star techniques? Gao Aimin, who couldn't figure it out, gradually became more passionate, and he had already come to a conclusion about Jiang Shao. This kid's qualifications are extremely low, but he's lucky. He's clearly a kid who has no stamina and can't grow up. However, to Gao Aimin, it didn't matter if Jiang Shao could grow up or not. Anyway, Jiang Shao would have already graduated from high school by then. Judging from the early stages, Jiang Shao seems to be very domineering. Gao Aimin couldn't be bothered with his future and couldn't be bothered with his low growth and qualifications. These 3-star techniques are enough for me to find a good teacher to train Jiang Zhao's martial arts. Our Year 1 students will definitely stand a chance in the Jiangbin City High School League this year. Jiang Shao looked at Gao Aimin's passionate gaze and felt extremely uncomfortable. What happened to the sacred and pure school grounds? This old guy. Chapter 46. The field of the school was brightly lit. This group of poor children, even if the school conditions were too good, it wouldn't do. At night, the lights were as bright as day, and they still had to go through military training. Hey, look, there's a handsome boy. A girl was kneeling on the ground in a square formation in the northwest corner of the field, massaging her partner's legs. While doing sit-ups, her partner asked softly, where is he? Where is he? Which direction? He's right behind you, the girl whispered. The coach is talking to him. It's a good chance. Look. The girl who was doing sit-ups hurriedly turned her head and looked into the distance. A middle-aged man and a boy were standing in front of the team and talking to the coach. Has the last guru of Class 2 finally returned? Behind the girl was the team of male students who were also doing sit-ups. They gradually began to discuss among themselves. Hey, fatty, you finally have a partner. The girl with short, pretty hair turned around and revealed a cute smile. She looked at the male classmate who was doing sit-ups on his own since no one was pressing his legs on him. The boy who was addressed as fatty was actually not considered fat. From an ordinary person's point of view, his figure was rather average. However, to an awakened, he was indeed considered a fatty. Everyone knew that the total amount of star power of an awakened was linked to their physical strength. Hence, the awakened were all training their bodies and trying their best to improve their physical fitness. It was the same for the group of ambitious children. They were either as skinny as monkeys or well-trained and strong. Fatty was one of the few people in Class 1 who were out of shape. Apart from him, there were 3 other fatties who were nicknamed Fatty 2, Fatty 3, and Fatty 4 by the students. There were a total of 16 ordinary classes and 8 awakened classes in Jiangbin High School this year. Jiangbin High School was able to attract so many awakened students because of its reputation. For some small schools, it was considered good enough to have 1 or 2 awakened classes. Moreover, the number of students in a class was different from that of an ordinary student. An ordinary student's class could easily have more than 40 or 50 people. In an awakened student's class, each class only had 24 people. The awakened students were assigned to classes based on each student's cultural class results and star map status. Of course, cultural class results only accounted for 30% of the total score. Class 1 was famous for being a class of gods. Since cultural subjects accounted for a smaller percentage of the total score, this group of children was chosen. In other words, they were basically the most talented students in this batch. Class 2, which Jiang Xiao was in, was not the best, but it was not weak either. Since the start of the military training more than 10 days ago, Class 2 had maintained its 23 members, and there had been no transfer of members from Class 3. The students were also privately discussing which god the school had reserved a spot for. Although Class 2 was worse than Class 1, its results were still better than the other 6 classes. In fact, other than the students of Class 2 who were waiting for their mysterious classmate to appear, the students of the other 7 classes were also waiting for this mysterious person. They really wanted to see what kind of monster this guy was. Finally, the mysterious student that everyone was looking forward to was here. He also had 2 eyes, a mouth, 2 arms, and 2 legs. He was tall, skinny, and looked harmless. He wasn't as ferocious as the rumors made him out to be. Fatty tried his best to do a sit-up and stopped lying back. He arched his legs and placed his hands on his knees. He looked at the figure in the distance and said, "Hee hee, Luca, I know what's going on in that little head of yours. Aren't you our correspondent? You're so glib." Luca, the short-haired girl, said with a cute smile and raised 3 fingers at Fatty. Fatty asked, "Huh?" Luca said, 3 minutes. I want all his information. How can 3 minutes do that? Let's do it during this evening training session. I'll give it all to you after it's over, Fatty said with a confident smile. I knew you're the best. Luca's voice was soft and sweet. Fatty looked relaxed, and his confident smile gradually became a little wretched. He said, I can't work for nothing. What do you mean? Luca stared at him with her big, adorable eyes and blinked. Fatty's heart almost melted. Give me your WeChat number. Fatty rubbed his hands while grinning. All right then. Luca looked reluctant, but she still nodded. But you have to give me his WeChat first. All right. Fatty patted his chest with a resounding thud. In the distance, Jiang Xiao looked at the coach in front of him and lamented about how small the world was. He was none other than Jiang Xiao's former personal coach, Lei Jin. 10 days ago, Jiang Xiao thought that Lei Jin had gone crazy from wanting to eat skewers. He even forgot to bid farewell and fled from Xia Yan's house. However, he didn't expect him to be there to coach the freshmen. How much money does this guy lack? Does he have to work around? Jiang Xiao also understood Lei Jin's abilities from the side. He knew that Lei Jin was a professional sparring partner, but he didn't expect him to be so professional that a school like Jiangbin High School actually hired him to coach Class 2. But then again, isn't this military training? Where are the instructors? Did you climb out of the snowfield? When Xiaoyan told me about it, I was a little worried about you, Lei Jin said with a chuckle. At the side, Mr. Gao looked at Lei Jin in shock and thought, does this golden sparring partner actually know Jiang Xiao? I climbed out. Thank you for your concern, Jiang Xiao said gratefully. Jiang Xiao said gratefully. The 2 men had been hanging out together for 7 days and had developed feelings for each other. Of course, although Lei Jin was a sparring partner, Jiang Xiao was the one getting beaten up. He pondered over Lei Jin's words. Okay, it was a rather sad sentence. There's nothing to worry about. I was a little worried when she told me about it, but I forgot about it later and went to eat skewers, Lei Jin said. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Lei Jin sized Jiang Xiao up and deliberately looked at Jiang Xiao's eyes. He said, well, you're rather energetic. After all, the snowfield is dangerous. It seems that you've vented your energy on the right things. Jiang Xiao asked, Besides, the snowfield is so cold. It won't be easy for you to operate. Lei Jin patted Jiang Xiao's shoulder and said, although Earth is very safe, You have to maintain it. You must restrain yourself. You're still young. Don't destroy your body. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Are you going to stay in school or at home? Lei Jin asked, ignoring Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression. It's convenient to stay in school, Jiang Shao answered. It saves me the trouble of chasing after you on Route 102 every day. Have you bought all the daily necessities? I see that you're late. If you haven't bought them yet, you can stay at my place tonight, Lei Jin said generously. Jiang Shao said, I've slept enough with you. You're snoring so much, ahem. Mr. Gao had no choice but to cough. Mr. Gao, look at me. I forgot that this kid used to be my student. Later on, he went to the snowfield for training. I'm really worried that he won't be able to make it out. Lei Jin smiled and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Return to the team first. Jiang Shao was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. He walked into the green square formation. The 23 of them were divided into 4 rows, with 6 people in each row. Jiang Shao naturally went to the last empty seat in the last row. Just as Jiang Shao was about to find an opportunity to blend in with the team, the male student in the front row turned around. He had a well-proportioned figure, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked rather manly. It was Fatty. Fatty grinned and spoke with a thick Liaodong accent. Hi, classmate. My name is Lu Bufan. Bu as in progressive, Fan as in ordinary. I'm our class correspondent. In terms of geography, the further north one was from the 3 northern provinces, the closer they were to Mandarin. If the Beijiang dialect was close to Mandarin, the Liaodong dialect would be considered a pure dialect. Of course, no matter how close the Beijiang dialect was to Mandarin, there were still many words with local characteristics. To outsiders, they would be able to tell that he was from the 3 northern provinces. To their surprise, before Jiang Shao could answer, a student beside him spoke up first. He said in a sarcastic tone, He, correspondent. The male student had a scar at the corner of his mouth and looked like a ruthless person. He seemed to be very disdainful of the title of correspondent. He turned to look at Lu Bufan and said in a sarcastic tone, The entire school knows that you're the correspondent of Class 2. Lu Bufan, I agree that you're ordinary, but this step of yours seems to be a step of progress and also a step of regression. Lu Bufan's smile stiffened slightly, but he continued to chuckle and said, A step of regression is fine too. For example now, take a step back and you'll see the world. The male student was stunned for a few seconds before humping coldly and turning his head away. Jiang Shao looked at Lu Bufan in surprise and thought, Are all kids so precocious nowadays? Did a high school student say that? Chapter 47. Under the night sky, the phalanxes began to run laps around the field. There were only 8 phalanxes, which meant that ordinary students did not need to undergo military training at night. Hence, there were 8 classes of awakened. The formation changed from horizontal to vertical, and Lu Bufan, who was in front of Jiang Shao, naturally stood on Jiang Zhao's left. The relatively tight formation and the clattering footsteps gave Lu Bufan an opportunity to take advantage of. They would definitely line up again tomorrow, and Jiang Shao would be the first one. Tonight would be a great opportunity. After all, Jiang Zhao's height, a 172 centimeters, should be able to make it to the first few positions. He really didn't know what these kids ate when they were growing up. Forget about the boys. They were still passable at 1. 85 meters and 1. 90 meters, but what the hell were the 2 girls at 1? 84 meters and 1. 88 meters? Did they grow up eating deer milk powder? Is this a giraffe? While running, Lu Bufan whispered to Jiang Shao beside him, See the little beauty next to me? She's the belle of our class. Which one? Jiang Shao had an advantage in terms of height because he was at the back. He looked to the left and saw the side profile of a little beauty on Lu Bufan's left. This little thing looked quite unique. Jiang Shao glanced at her and turned around. After all, it was impolite to stare at a girl like that. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao was standing at the back, it was rather comfortable for him to observe the beauties in front. In particular, the one at the head of the line, turned out to be a foreigner. Elena, Chinese-Russian. However, her father's genes aren't strong enough, so she doesn't have much Asian characteristics. Don't be fooled by her. Her Mandarin is even better than ours. She grew up in China, Lu Bufan explained, clearly noticing that Jiang Xiao was paying attention to her. Her height is too scary. Jiang Xiao retracted his gaze. Lu Bufan smiled and said, "Friend, you've made us wait for a long time. All the awakened in the 8 classes are waiting for you. It's already the end of the military training, and they all want to see who can make Class 2 retain this spot." "You flatter me," Jiang Xiao sighed. "Maybe being handsome is an advantage." Lu Bufan froze for a moment. Lu Bufan could tell that Jiang Xiao was cheerful, liked to joke, and seemed easy to get along with. Then Lu Bufan changed his strategy and said with a smile, "Haha, you're absolutely right." This sentence sounded awkward no matter how one listened to it. "Brother, you have a lot of star slots, right? What star techniques are they?" Lu Bufan asked smilingly. Awakened ones were different from normal students. They did not need a long period of time to prove their potential, nor did they need to take tests. As long as he lit up the star atlas, everything would be clear at a glance. Among the 8 classes of Awakened, a very small number of children obtained their first star technique by relying on the star beads given to them by the school when they entered the school. Most of the children enrolled in school with their own star techniques. Besides, there were quite a few children who entered school with 3 or 4 star techniques. There were still plenty of rich people in China, and spending some money to buy some star beads in the shops was not difficult. Of course, for an Awakened, having 24 basic techniques in their star map was more than enough. After all, most of them were ordinary people who had about 15 star slots. 4 of them were reserved for basic techniques, which was almost 1/3 of their total star slots. In Beijiang, the most common and practical star beads were the white ghoul star beads and the lava ghoul star beads. For the children who had just started out, the physical star beads and the rule star beads were enough to increase the upper limit of star power and replenish the consumed star power. As long as one's family was slightly wealthy, it would be relatively easy for them to buy some white ghoul star beads and lava ghoul star beads. Hence, most of the awakened children enrolled in school with star techniques. That was not unusual at all. The problem now was that once Jiang Xiao mentioned his star technique, it would be very eye-catching. Jiang Xiao's problem was not with the number of star techniques, but the quality of them. What kind of star techniques did the other children have? They were generally green glow, endurance, burning flame, and bursting flames. What was Jiang Xiao's star technique? Blessing? Decoy that he did not intend to expose. That was a star technique that was difficult to buy in the market. Green glow, endurance, which he did not intend to expose, could be bought in the market, but Jiang Xiao's green glow was of silver quality, not brass quality. Finally, there was bell and imprint, which he did not intend to expose. That was a medical star technique that was difficult to buy in the market. It was a genuine silver quality medical star technique. None of his star techniques were normal. They were either not available in the market, or they could be bought in the market, but the quality was not right. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was not speaking, Lu Bufan continued, "Brother, I have 19 star slots." Jiang Xiao had a high opinion of Lu Bufan. From the way Lu Bufan responded to the thorny classmate just now, Jiang Xiao knew that this correspondent was more mature than ordinary children. Lu Bufan's words sounded like he was showing off, but that was not the case. Jiang Xiao thought about it and answered, "I have fewer star slots than you, but I'm a medical awakened. That's why they recruited me into Class 2. Lu Bufan's feet stopped, his body leaned forward, and he almost fell. "Lu Bufan, one more round." Lei Jin's loud and clear voice came over. "Yes." Lu Bufan hurriedly chased after him. "You're really good at joking." "I'm not lying," Jiang Xiao answered. The military training would end in 3 days, and he had to reveal his identity if he wanted to represent the class in the competition. Jiang Xiao couldn't go around announcing it, so it would be a good choice to let Lu Bufan spread the news. "Are you really a medical awakened?" Lu Bufan asked to confirm again. Jiang Xiao answered yes. Lu Buffon's eyes lit up with joy. Our classmates are blessed, then. We've been through so many battles every day. Injuries are no longer a problem. Are there no medical awakened in our class? Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment. Lu Buffon shrugged and said no. What about the other 7 classes? Lu Buffon answered decisively. None. Huh? 8 classes? 192 awakened, and none of them are medical awakened? Didn't Han Jiangxue say that there would be 1 medical awakened out of every 100 awakened? What happened to the 1 in 100? That's almost 1 in 200. Jiang Xiao knew that medical awakened were precious, but he didn't think they were that precious, right? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but guess. There should be, but they haven't shown their potential yet. After all, medical awakened star beads are too rare. Yeah, that makes sense. Lu Buffon nodded. While chatting, the two of them finished running with the rest and did some stretching exercises. Under Lei Jin's guidance, they learned a few grappling techniques and revised the kickboxing moves that they had learned before. At 9 a.m., the team finally dispersed. With the help of his enthusiastic classmate, Lu Buffon, Jiang Xiao found a supermarket and bought some daily necessities such as bedsheets and bedding. The school dormitory had provided them for him, so it saved him some trouble. After exchanging their contact details, Jiang Xiao finally walked into dormitory building number 6. To Jiang Xiao's bewilderment, why are all the other students in dormitory building number 1? Why am I in dormitory building number 6? Did that dark-skinned Director Gao assign me to the wrong place? The dormitory building was empty, and there were only a few students on the first floor. Jiang Xiao had no idea which year they were from. He reckoned that most of the students had already been assigned beds. Jiang Xiao has no choice but to share a dormitory with others. Unfortunately, it's not a mixed dormitory. Jiang Xiao carried his daily necessities and walked towards the leftmost dormitory door on the first floor under the scrutinizing gaze of the middle-aged woman. Why is the doorkeeper a middle-aged woman? I can't figure it out. Jiang Xiao took the key and opened the door. The moment he opened it, a sentence echoed in his heart. This dormitory is mine. There were a total of 6 beds, including a bed and a table. Although it was a 6-person dormitory, it was a single room. No one lives here. Jiang Xiao happily chose a bed near the window and looked out of the window, only to see a couple kissing by the roadside. What a bummer. Jiang Xiao immediately turned his head back. There was a desk under the bed and a small wardrobe on the right. Jiang Xiao took out the bedding and looked around before stuffing back. I'd better sleep on the wooden plank and wash the bedding tomorrow. Star power attached to my body makes me feel better. I've slept in the forest and snowfield before, so why can't I sleep on the wooden plank? A ray of blessing shone on him, and he felt warm all over. The next day, Jiang Xiao got up when the sun was just starting to rise. It was time to see what Jiangbin High School was like at 4 in the morning. He wanted to see which demons and ghosts were as disciplined and hard-working as he was. Chapter 48. Luca was adorable and had a sweet smile. She even had 2 dimples when she smiled, which made her look especially likable. At this moment, Luca got up and went downstairs to begin her morning exercise under the urging of her friend, Elena. There were already 2 boys waiting at the entrance of dormitory building number 4. The 4 of them were clearly partners who had agreed to come for their morning exercise. Luca was rather grumpy when she woke up. When she got angry, she would bring up everything that happened recently, including the feedback that Lu Buffon gave her yesterday. That new guy doesn't have WeChat. Can you believe it? Is he a caveman? Jiang Xiao wasn't going to take the blame for that, because Jiang Xiaopi didn't have WeChat and had only just opened Weibo. Who knew what he was up to? After Jiang Xiao arrived, he went straight to the snowfield and went to the basement of Xia Yan's house for further study. His mobile phone was confiscated, and he turned around to enter the snowfield again. Jiang Xiao had really forgotten that he had a mobile phone. Last night, after Jiang Xiao told Han Jiangxue that he was safe, he tossed his mobile phone aside and began cultivating his star power. He had already forgotten what he was good at, flirting with Han Jiangxue on Weibo. If he could forget such an important matter, what use would WeChat be? Lu Ku yawned as she chatted with Irina. Elena, who had a dark brown ponytail, pointed to a corner of the field and asked, "Is that him?" "Huh." Luca looked over and happened to see Jiang Xiao, who was sweating profusely and stretching his legs. "This guy is really hardworking." A male voice said, "I paid attention to him during the last segment of the training session last night. He seems to have good skills. He's not a beginner. He's obviously well-trained. Yeah, his posture and strength are all standard. He has a good foundation," another boy chimed in. The two boys looked almost identical, and even a fool could tell that they were twins. They were both about 178 centimeters tall and had broad shoulders, narrow waists, long legs, and bulging chest muscles. They looked rather majestic. However, their hairstyles were a little special. Both of them had flat-top hairstyles. Logically speaking, having a crew cut was nothing strange, but their heads were a little flat and angular. Coupled with their square faces, they looked like bricks, which was kind of comical. "Don't brag. You think you can tell from one segment?" Lucas said doubtfully. "The moment an expert makes a move, you'll know whether he's real or not." One of the men, with a flat-top haircut, seemed to have a strong sense of pride. He hurriedly explained, "I'm a martial artist. I won't make a mistake." "Which one are you? Big brother or little brother? Zhu Wen or Zhu Wu?" Luca chuckled as she looked at the big man in front of her, who was eagerly explaining. "You still can't recognize it. His younger brother is Zhu Wu," the mixed-blood girl said with a smile. "His older brother won't explain. What do you think, Elena? Let's go and try." Zhu Wen seemed to be asking for Elena's opinion as he continued. "Although a medical awaken won't be of much help to the team at this stage, he is quite skilled. I think we should make the first move." "But Lu Ke..." Elena looked at Lu Ke hesitantly. "TCH, I don't even want to join a team. It's all fighting and killing." Lu Ke still curled her lips in disdain. "If you want to find it, go ahead. If you can't find it, I'll just make up the numbers. If you find it, I'll be free. Let's give it a try, then." Elena looked at Zhu Wen inquisitively. "Okay, let's go and try," Zhu Wen said as he led his team across the field and arrived in front of Jiang Xiao. In fact, the team was not short of members because Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu were extremely skilled in combat. Hence, many students wanted to join the team. However, the Zhu brothers either didn't like the person who came to join their team, or the person who wanted to join their team had already been taken away, and they wanted Elena to join their team. As Elena's best friend, Luca naturally joined their team. She was just an extra. Luca was completely out of touch in the team. After some discussion, the two brothers finally set their sights on the outside and looked for the people who might have slipped through the net. They initially thought that it was over, but to their surprise, another person who was rather skilled appeared. Hence, Zhu Wen decided to ask Elena for her opinion. Jiang Xiao also discovered the team of four that was getting closer and closer. There was a sweet and adorable little beauty and a beautiful mixed-blood girl who exuded an exotic charm. The two girls were indeed a beautiful sight. Lu Ke was slightly shorter and was 163 centimeters tall. She was indeed perfect, but she could not stand up. On the other hand, Xia Yin was a wild horse who could not stand up unless her long legs were chopped off. The mixed-blood girl at the side was the girl who Jiang Xiao thought grew up drinking deer's milk. She was 184 meters tall, and her legs were terrifyingly long. She had a head of short, dark brown hair, a pair of brown eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a very three-dimensional face. Jiang Xiao sized up the two girls for a while before turning to look at the bodyguard in front of them. Jiang Xiao stared at him fixedly. "Damn it, Brother Flat Top? Is that you, Brother Flat Top? These eyes are way too lifelike, aren't they?" Jiang Xiao had already noticed the twins last night. During the last round of sparring last night, the two of them were the most intense. Perhaps because they were biological brothers who always trained together, the two of them did not hold back at all when they fought. Lei Jin used them as training materials and dragged everyone to watch them fight with their bare hands. Jiang Xiao took note of it and felt that the two of them were rather good at fighting. To the Year 1 students who had just awakened, the two brothers were far ahead of everyone else. Of course, the two brothers only displayed strong combat abilities of ordinary people and did not use any star techniques. After all, they were all awakened. If they were to combine their abilities, there might be a few more gods in Class 2. Zhu 1. Brother Flat Top walked towards Jiang Shao and stretched out his hand with a smile. Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed it, for fear that he would target him if he was too slow. In this world, the strong are afraid of the unreasonable. The unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Last night, Brother Flat Top had beaten Brother Flat Top miserably. Welcome to the big family of Class 2. At least so far, Brother Flat Top had been very friendly. Zhuan was very straightforward and went straight to the point. I heard that your medical awakened. Huh? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and nodded in response. Yesterday, I saw that your skills were not bad. You have some foundation. How about joining our team, and we will represent Class 2 in the competition? The second brother suggested. Hey, it's no wonder you don't have any friends. Don't you know how to speak properly? Lucas said while glaring at Zhu Wu. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Zhu Wu actually chickened out. What the hell is he smiling and scratching his head for? Luca turned around and blinked at Jiang Shao. Brother, I heard that you're medical awakened. You're so impressive. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. What a sweet talker. Her voice is even sweeter. So sweet that it's nauseating. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell in love with Xia Yan's infuriated voice and Han Jiangshua's cold voice. Am I a masochist? Jiang Shao chuckled dryly and said, Ha ha, it's all right. Student, my brother is a little rash. Please don't mind him. The crew-cut brother hurriedly changed the topic. Judging from your skills, you must have trained for a few years. However, Lei Jin did say that Jiang Shao only took 7 days to achieve the effect that he expected to take him a month to achieve. Perhaps it was because of the internal star map. Jiang Zhao's skills were also increasing in level while he was training. Perhaps it was because they complemented each other. After Jiang Shao broke through a small level, he would slowly fill in the gaps in his movements and techniques under the standards of the internal star map. In particular, after going through a few rounds in the snowfield, Jiang Zhao's basic skills were indeed very solid. I've practiced for a while. Jiang Shao tried to be humble. Let's give it a try. Are you interested? Zhu Wen's eyes, which resembled Brother Flat Top's, blazed with fighting spirit. Chapter 49. Wow, that's great, that's great. Luke sighed softly and almost clapped and cheered. Watching Jiang Shao and Zhu when exchanging moves, her big eyes were almost twinkling with stars. Stop. Jiang Shao took a step back, his chest heaving up and down violently as he panted heavily. The huge difference. At least without the help of star techniques, Jiang Shao admitted that he couldn't beat Zhu 1. The scene seemed intense, but Jiang Shao could feel that he was much weaker than the other two. Zhu Wen reckoned that Zhu Wen had been practicing since she was a child. Although she was fighting in a Sanda style, there were many traces of traditional martial arts. With the support of star power, she was even more impressive. Her leg techniques, in particular, were really sharp. Not bad at all. Zhu Wen looked at Zhu Wu, who was beside him, and then at the mixed-race beauty, Elena. Zhu Wu nodded too. He couldn't ask too much of a high school student. In terms of skills, the students who had been transferred away might not be stronger than Jiang Shao. After getting the approval of the Zhu Wen brothers, Elena, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The division of labor in the team was rather clear. Hi, classmate Jiang. My name is Elena, the mixed-race beauty said with a smile as she walked up to him. When a Western-looking person spoke fluent Chinese, that kind of feeling was a bit strange. What's your surname? While Jiang Shao chimed in, he also had his own plans. This was a godsend opportunity. He was already late, and it was not easy to join a team, especially one that had to be very strong. If he wanted to represent Class 2, he had to at least break through from Class 2. Elena answered with a smile. My father's surname is E. Jiang Shao said, I thought it was a transliteration of a foreign name. The surname E is rare. Elena said, It's written in the 100 family names. Haven't you heard of Yi, the minister of the Shang dynasty? Jiang Shao said apologetically, "Oh, I'm sorry." Although Elena was Chinese, she had a Westerner's face. He found it rather strange that she was lecturing him about Chinese culture. My family specially chose a name that was suitable for transliteration and named me Elena. It's convenient for my mother's family to call me that, Elena said with a smile. Oh, Jiang Shao nodded. To Elena's surprise, the other party replied with an "oh," and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lolita Lu silently said, "What a great conversationalist." Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and took the initiative to ask, "Is your team short of members? Aren't there 4 of them?" "I'm just here to make up the numbers. I don't know how to fight," Luca frantically said. "I didn't absorb bursting flames from the star beads given to me by the school." "The school even gives out star beads?" Jiang Shao couldn't help but raise his voice. "Of course." "Oh, right. You just came yesterday, so you missed the opportunity." Luca covered her mouth with her hand and said with a smile. Elena explained, "At the beginning of the military training, the school distributed star beads according to everyone's star map. If the star map is for melee combat, 3 white ghoul star beads will be given. If your rules awakened, you'll be given 1 lava ghoul star bead." Lava ghoul star bead? The creatures produced in the dimensional space of the volcanoes? The lava ghoul star bead was a silver quality star bead, while the white ghoul star bead was a brass quality. Although they were both basic star techniques produced in Beijing, the difference was huge. A few students with special star maps were given white ghoul witch star beads. Unfortunately, no one awakened a medical star technique. Elena looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Since you claim to be a medical awakened, you must have a basic medical star technique. What is it? A blessing?" "Yes," Jiang Shao confirmed with a nod. "Ah, white ghoul witch star bead," Lu Ku said enviously. A white ghoul witch star bead was enough to represent many things. It was either bought by his family or obtained by himself in the snowfield. Regardless of the situation, it was enough to make Lu Ku envious. I've been to the snowfield a few times," Jiang Shao said with a smile. "Oh, seems like you're not good at sparring, but killing enemies." Zhu Wen's eyes lit up. It's all right, Jiang Shao said perfunctorily. "I like those whose hands are stained with blood. They're 10,000 times better than those sissies," Zhu Wu said. Jiang Shao said, Brother, how many star slots do you have? How many star techniques do you have?" Zhu Wen asked. Seemingly wanting to reciprocate, he added, "I have 20 star slots and 2 brass quality star techniques, green glow and endurance." Zhu Wu said, "Me too. I have 20 star slots and 2 brass quality star techniques, green glow and endurance. Both of us are in the early Stardust stage." Early Stardust stage? According to Jiang Zhao's internal star map, he should be between level 0 to 3 of the Stardust stage. He was recruited into Class 2 with 20 star slots. Liu Bufan introduced himself yesterday and said that he had 19 star slots. It seemed that those who could reach 20 star slots were considered to have excellent qualifications. Jiang Shao also knew that those with relatively mediocre qualifications occupied the largest proportion of the awakened with 15 star slots. Those with fewer than 15 star slots would be considered to have low qualifications. Those with more than 15 star slots would be considered geniuses. Having 20 star slots would be considered rather good. Jiang Shao, who was slow to realize it, finally realized how domineering Xia Yan's 28 star slots and Han Jiangshue's 30 star slots were. They're both ruthless. Elena rubbed her short brown hair, which looked extremely beautiful under the rays of the rising sun. Their star maps are both fists. Zhu Wen seemed to be as competitive as ever. He exclaimed, "Fists that are as big as sandbags." Yeah. With a helpless expression, Elena said perfunctorily, "I'm in the Stardust stage, and all 4 of my star slots are filled at this stage. There's nothing special, just green glow, endurance, burning flame, and bursting flames. Oh, by the way, my star map is a 2-handed staff with 21 star slots." putting aside the bronze quality star techniques, green glow, and endurance. The silver quality star techniques, bursting flames and bursting flames, were produced in a lava ghoul star beads that cost 3,000 yuan each. Jiang Xiao had no idea if she obtained them by herself or if her family bought them for her. Jiang Xiao was rather familiar with that star technique. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue both had their own star techniques, so he roughly knew how powerful they were. Even the thick-skinned white ghouls couldn't withstand it, let alone the high school kids. At least at this stage, Elena was considered to be very domineering. The awakened in the Stardust stage could only absorb 4 star techniques. Even if Elena had 21 star slots, it would be useless if her star power level didn't increase. Elena's star technique combination was considered very representative. To the awakened in Beijiang, those 4-star techniques were the cheapest, most cost-effective, and most practical. Interestingly, the Zhuwen brothers did not absorb the silver quality star techniques, burning flame and bursting flames, after determining their future direction through their star map. Jiang Xiao believed that their families would be able to afford 3,000 yuan per lava ghoul star bead, but he reckoned that they had never touched the lava ghoul star beads before. They both had 20-star slots, and logically speaking, they wouldn't be so stingy with their star slots. Hence, the only possibility was... The two children's families were very ambitious and had their own plans for each star slot. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Lu Ku, who pursed her lips and said with a displeased expression, "I only have 18 star slots, and my star technique is burning flame. I've wasted a lot of money for my family because I haven't been able to absorb bursting flames." "It's all right, Lu Ku. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to absorb it eventually," Zhu hurriedly said. Who knows? Lu Ku didn't appreciate it at all. She only snapped back to her senses when Elena tugged her arm and smiled at Zhu. Before Zhu could even feel sad, he was healed by his adorable goddess and immediately glowed with joy. "What about you?" Zhu asked. "I don't have many star slots. To be exact, very few." Jiang Xiao thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide it. "Few? How many?" Zhu Wu asked in bewilderment. 9, Jiang Xiao said awkwardly. Puff. Lu Ku couldn't help but let out a strange sound. 9? Second brother Zhu Wu asked in surprise. 9. Jiang Xiao nodded solemnly. "Oh my God." The second brother, Zhu Wu, slapped the back of his head. He had never seen a single-digit star slot in his entire life. Second brother had even seen peerless powerhouses with 27 or 28 star slots. However, he had never seen a powerhouse with 9 star slots. From a certain perspective, Jiang Xiao was as rare as Han Jiangxue. Hey, star slots aren't important at all. Think about it. We're all in the Stardust stage. No matter how many star slots we have, we only have 4-star techniques at most at this stage. Don't worry about my potential. Let's just talk about combat power. Isn't our goal the competition in front of us? Jiang Xiao tried to promote himself. Makes sense. Zhu nodded. Brother, it's been hard on you to become a medical awakened, Zhu Wu said while patting Jiang Xiao's shoulder with a compassionate expression. Jiang Xiao said quietly, "I have 3-star techniques, green glow, blessing, and bell. Although I don't have many star slots, it's enough to heal you guys." Second brother Zhu Wu's hand suddenly froze in midair. His mournful expression also became extremely interesting. He was extremely embarrassed. What am I doing? Pitying a guru? 3-star technique. What kind of quality is that? Bell is a genuine silver quality medical star technique. Not only does this kid have the potential to become a medical awakened, but he's also already realized his potential. The silver quality star technique * bell has already been embedded. Chapter 50. At this point, Jiang Xiao joined Brother Zhu's team and began a day of morning training with them. The beautiful Lu Ku naturally became a substitute. She didn't seem to have adjusted her mentality. In fact, she was opposed to training in the morning. If Elena hadn't dragged her along, she would never have volunteered to train. Everyone had their own way of life, and Lu Ku wasn't interested in her special identity as an awakened. Even though she had good qualifications, it would be a good choice for her to become an ordinary person and live a normal life after graduation. At the same time, she could also acquire 2 practical star techniques for self-defense. To Jiang Xiao, such girls weren't very attractive to him. Only female awakened who were crazy and ambitious could arouse his interest, such as Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue. However, second brother Flat Top liked little beauties like Lu Ku. Although she was a little willful, she was so cute no matter how you looked at her. Especially those 2 little dimples when she smiled. Second brother Flat Top was already head over heels for her. After running 2 laps, Lu Ku stopped again and sat on the rubber track, watching them run leisurely. With Jiang Zhao's addition, Lu Ku had even more reasons not to train. She finally didn't have to help Elena make up the numbers. In fact, Lu Ku wasn't not ambitious. On the contrary, she was very persistent and hard-working toward her dreams. Lu Ku really didn't want to be an awakened. She especially loved drawing and wanted to get into the China Academy of Fine Arts in the future, which was a rather good university. That was also the reason she worked hard in her cultural classes. As an art student, she even got into the top 100 in her hometown during the high school entrance examination. That was enough for her to enter the elite classes. According to her normal thinking, she would eventually enter a higher education institution and pursue her artistic life. However, she actually awakened a star map and was forcibly sent out of the small town by her parents, who were afraid that she would talk about life and art with a group of ordinary children at home. Hence, her parents sent Lu Ku to a top-notch high school that nurtured the awakened and began her boarding life. Sigh. Life is really unpredictable. So many children want to become awakened, but Lu Ku doesn't want a star map. After Lu Ku took a break, Brother Zhu seemed to feel that he had an audience and began running faster and faster. Give him a wing, and he can take off. Are you friends with her? Jiang Xiao asked Elena while running. Yes, we were classmates in middle school. We both came from small places, and our relationship wasn't that good. She was a good student who sat in the front row, and I sat in the last row. After coming here, we found that we were assigned to the same class, so we naturally got together. Elena did not blame Jiang Xiao for disrupting her breathing rhythm. Instead, she introduced him to her in a friendly manner. She probably wanted Jiang Xiao to quickly integrate into the team. After all, the class selection would be held the day after tomorrow, and the competition would be held the day after that. Your class seats are arranged according to height, right? Jiang Xiao looked up at Elena and asked smilingly. She'll do it based on her grades, and I'll do it based on my height. Elena patted Jiang Xiao's shoulder and said, You're really good at talking. Why did you come here? Doesn't your family have an awakened academy? Jiang Xiao looked at Elena, who was beside him. From the side, her facial features seemed more three-dimensional, with a high nose bridge and sunken eyes. She looked just like a sculpture. There are, but they're not as good as the ones here. My family is from a city near Russia called Fin City. Have you heard of it? Elena turned around and smiled. My parents met there. There are a lot of mixed bloods like me over there. Fin City. Jiang Xiao slowly stopped in his tracks. Huh? Elena slowed down and asked in bewilderment. What's the matter? Is there a dragon cave over there? Jiang Xiao asked softly. I heard that there is, but I've only heard of it. I've never seen it before, Elena replied casually. The dragon cave was the place where Jiang Zhao's parents, whom he had never met, went missing. You haven't seen it before? Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment. Of course I live in the city. The dimensional space is on the border between the 2 countries. If I want to go and take a look, I'll have to smuggle myself across the border. Elena covered her mouth and chuckled. Our country has a national gate, so does Russia. Besides, the border between the 2 countries is drawn on the map. In fact, there's a large stretch of wilderness between China and Russia, and there's a large buffer zone. If you dare to sneak out, you might find a few guns on a mountain. Jiang Xiao had a strange expression on his face. This girl, why does it sound so weird for her to say China and Russia? Elena chuckled and said, Besides, you won't be able to sneak out. The border guards are not to be trifled with. Our city has not been sealed off. Everyone is still living as usual. So, Elena shrugged and said, I've only heard that there's a dragon cave over there, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Oh, thank you. Jiang Shao sighed. He did not know when he would be strong enough to explore the dragon cave. Fen City was the closest city to the dragon cave. Jiang Shao initially wanted to ask the locals for information, but the dragon cave was on the buffer zone between the two countries. Even if he asked everyone in Fen City, no one would have seen the dragon cave. Elena rolled her eyes and said with a smile, I can't bring you to the dragon cave, but I can accompany you to play in the city. Although our city is small, it's clean and beautiful. There are many European-style buildings. I can also introduce a few Russian girls to you. How about it? Why don't you go to my house during the winter break? There's no need for introductions. I'll go to your house to play when I have the chance. Jiang Shao rejected repeatedly. Looking at Elena's face, he felt that he already knew the Russian girls. Although the girl in front of him had a red heart, her skin was white. As long as one did not know her well, they would think that she was a foreigner. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao suddenly felt hungry and wanted to eat buns. White stuffing with a mouthful of oil and a bowl of hot soy milk. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6 a.m. The team of 5 immediately set off for the school cafeteria. The military training would begin at 6:30 a.m. sharp, but the early risers were really hungry. Fortunately, the school was rather humane and opened at 5:30 a.m. In fact, the Year 2 and Year 3 students were much more hardworking than the group of children who were undergoing military training. It could be seen from the number of people on the field. Jiang Shao followed them to the cafeteria. He initially wanted to pay in cash, but Brother Zhu snatched it and swiped his card. Jiang Shao happily ate the soy milk and buns and secretly thought about going back to wash his bedsheets and bedding. After 8 a.m., he would go to the cafeteria office to apply for a meal card. While Jiang Shao was eating the buns, 2 girls walked in from the entrance of the cafeteria. Without a doubt, the 2 tall girls were definitely the center of attention. Apart from the cute Year 1 students, almost all the students in the cafeteria knew the 2 of them. Hence, no one went forward to strike up a conversation with them. They were 2 school bullies who were stronger than the other and were the kind of people that everyone looked up to. Xia Yin grabbed the millet porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 2 red bean cakes. She anxiously put one in her mouth, but as soon as she turned around, the red bean cake in her mouth fell onto the plate with a loud thud. Han Jiangshu said in displeasure, Pay attention to your image. Look, isn't that Xiaopi? Xia Yin ignored her and nudged Han Jiangshua's arm, after which she gestured to the distance. Huh? Han Jiangshua looked over, only to see that Jiang Shao was eating the buns happily, while a young and beautiful girl was sitting opposite him. She was leaning her head against her hand and watching Jiang Shao wolfing down the food. Her short brown hair was glowing under the sunlight, and she looked extremely beautiful. Xia Yin exclaimed, How long has it been? We just sent him here last night, and he's already a couple. Maybe she's the teammate he found? We asked him to find a teammate as soon as possible. The twins next to him seem rather imposing. They might be Xiaopi's teammates, Han Jiangshua said with uncertainty. Oh, look, he's feeding her buns. Xia Yin stomped her feet and watched as Jiang Shao fed the buns into the girl's mouth. Han Jiangshua narrowed her eyes and said, I'll go look for him after the morning lesson. Jiang Shao looked at Elena and asked, How's the taste? Are you convinced? You have to dip the buns in garlic when you eat them. Aren't you born and raised in Beijing? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.